dark storm cloud. Clouds on the horizon. We encountered the Craven well down the path. He said he was guarding our back trail to keep our retreat open. Conan growled deep in his throat. You should have slit the coward's throat. Nay, he has too many uses in him for that. I sent him to find the rest of the band and to tell them to make camp. Can I but puzzle out how these canyons go, we'll be back to them soon. This is my band, Conan, Corella suddenly snapped. I command here, the Red Hawk. Then if you think Avarius should escape his cowardice, Conan replied gruffly, let him. But I'll not change my mind on it. She tried to jerk her horse around to face him, but her single rein made the big black ticket dancing sidestep instead. The auburn-haired bandit made a sound that in another woman Conan would have called a sob of frustration. But of course such was unlikely from her. You fool barbarian, she cried. What right have you to send me to safety? Giving my reins to this one-eyed buffoon, whipping my horse as if I were some favored slave girl who must be kept from danger. That's what you're angry about? Conan said incredulously. With but one rein left, you were easy meat for the next hillman's blade. You made that decision, did you? It was not yours to make. I choose when and where I fight, and how much risk I'll face. You're the most ungrateful person at having your life saved that I've ever met, Conan grumbled. Corella shook her fist at him, and her voice rose to an enraged howl. I do not need you to save my life. I do not want you to save my life. Of all men, you least. Swear to me you will never again lift a hand to save my life or my freedom. Swear it, Cimmerian. I swear it, he answered hotly. By Crom, I swear it. Corella nodded shortly and got her horse moving again with violent kicks and much tugging at her one rein. The bare brown rock through which they rode, layered in places with much faded colors, fitted Conan's mood well. Ordo dropped back to ride beside the muscular youth. Once I liked you not at all, Conan, the one-eyed man said, in a voice that would not carry forward to Corella. Now I like you well, but still I say this. Leave us. Conan cast a sour eye at him. If there be leaving to do, you do it. And her, with the rest of her band. I have a seeking here, remember? She'll not turn aside, despite hillmen or soldiers or demons themselves. That's the trouble, or what comes of it. That, and this oath, and a score of things more. Emotion rules her head now, and not the other way round as always before. I fear what this means. I did not ask for the oath, Conan replied. If you think her temper runs away with her, speak to her, not me. The bearded bandit's hands gripped his reins till his knuckles were white. I do like you, Conan, but bring you harm to her, and I will carve you as a Keithan carves stone. He booted his horse ahead, and the three traveled once more in heavy silence. Long shadows stretched across the mountain valleys by the time they found the bandit camp, among huge boulders at the base of a sheer cliff. Despite the crisp coldness of the air, the scattered fires were small, and placed among the boulders so as to lessen the chance of being seen. Corella's red-striped pavilion stood almost against the towering rock wall. I'll see you in my tent, Conan, the red-haired woman said. Without waiting for an answer, she galloped to the pavilion, gave her horse into a bandit's care, and disappeared inside. As Conan dismounted, he found a knot of bandits gathering about Hordo and him. Aberius was among them, though not in the forefront. "Oh, Aberius," the Cimmerian said. "I'm glad to see you well. I thought you might have been injured in holding the rail open for us." Some of the rough-faced men snickered. Aberius bared his teeth in what might have been meant to be a grin, but his eyes were those of a rat in a box. He said nothing. "The hillmen are taken care of, then?" a Kothian with one ear asked. "And the soldiers?" "Slitting each other's weasons," Hordo chuckled. "They're no more concern to us, not in this world." "And I've no concern for the next," the Kothian laughed. Most of the others joined in. Conan noted Aberius did not. "On the morrow, Aberius," Conan said, "you'll take up the trail again, and in a day or two we'll have the treasure." The pinch-faced brigand had started at the sound of his name. Now he licked his lips before answering. "It cannot be. The trail is lost." He flinched as the other bandits turned to stare at him. "It's lost, I say." "But only for the moment," Conan said. "Isn't that right? We'll go back to that valley where the hillmen were camped, and you'll pick it up again." "I tell you, it isn't so simple." Aberius shifted his shoulders and tugged nervously at his dented iron breastplate. "While on the trail, I can tell a rock disturbed by a horse from one that merely fell. Now I'm away from the trail. If I go back, they'll both look the same." "Fool!" someone snarled. "You've lost us the treasure." "All this way for naught!" another cried. "Cut his throat! Slit Aberius's gullet!" Sweat beaded the man's narrow face. Hordo stepped forward quickly. "Hold now, hold! Can you track these men, Talbor? Alvar? Anyone?" Heads were shaken in reluctant denial. "Then open not your mouth against Aberius." "I still say he is afeared," Talbor muttered. "That is why he cannot find the tracks again." "I'm not affrighted of any man," Aberius said hotly. He licked his lips once more. "Of any man." There was a peculiar emphasis to the last word. "Of what, then?" Conan said. For a moment he thought Aberius would refuse to answer. Then the man spoke in a rush. "On the mountain slope, after we four rode forward, I saw a thing." His voice gained fervency as he spoke. Like a snake it was, yet like a man, too. It wore armor and carried a sword, and flame shot from its mouth twice the length of the sword. As I watched, it signaled for more of its kind to come forth. Had I not ridden to half-kill my horse, I'd be dead at those creatures' hands. If it had the flame, Conan muttered, what need had it for the sword? Some of the others began to murmur fearfully, though, and even those who were silent had unease on their faces. "Why did you not speak of this before?" Ordo demanded. "There was no need," Avarius replied. "I knew we would soon leave, since the tracks are lost. We must leave soon. Besides, I thought you would misbelieve me." "There are strange things under the sky," Conan said. "I've seen some of them myself. But I've never seen anything that could not be killed with cold steel. Or at least very few," he amended to himself. "How many of these things did you actually see, Avarius?" "Only the one," Avarius admitted with obvious reluctance. "But it summoned more, and I saw them moving beyond the rocks. There could have been 100, 1,000. Yet all in all," Ordo said, "you saw but one. There cannot be many of them, else we'd have heard before. A thing like that would be talked of." "But," Avarius began. "But nothing," Ordo barked. "We'll keep a wary eye for these creatures of yours, but on the morrow we see if you can tell a horse track from horse moss. But I told you, unless you all want to give up the treasure," the one-eyed bandit went on, as if the smaller man had not spoken. Loud objections went up on every side. "Then I'll talk to the Red Hawk, and at dawn we'll move. Now, go get something into your bellies." One by one, the bandits drifted away to their fires. Avarius went last of all, casting a dark look at Conan as he went. 15. While Ordo stumped off to the red-striped pavilion, Conan found a spot where he could sit with his back to a massive boulder and no one could come at him unseen. That look from Avarius had spoken of knives in the back. He got out his honing stone and broadsword and began to smooth the nicks made by hillmen's chainmail. The sky became purple, and lurid red streamers filled the jagged western horizon. He was putting the finishing touches to his blade's edge when the one-eyed brigand stormed out of Carella's tent. The bearded man stalked to within a few feet of Conan, obviously ill at ease. Ordo rubbed his bulbous nose, muttering under his breath. "A good habit, that," he said finally. "I've seen more than one good man die because an untended notch in his..." blade left him with a stump the next time it took a good blow. Conan laid the broadsword across his thighs. "You didn't come to talk of swords. What does she say about tomorrow?" "She wouldn't even listen to me." Ordo shook his bearded head. "Me, who's been with her from the first day, and she wouldn't listen." "No matter. On the morrow, you turn back and I go on. Perhaps she's right not to risk these snake men on top of all else. Mitra, you don't understand. I never got to speak of the creatures, or of Avarius' denial he can find the trail again. She paced like a caged lioness, would not let me say 2 words together." He tugged at his beard with both hands. "Too long have I been with her," he muttered, "to be sent on such an errand. Sandra, man, it's because you didn't come when she ordered that she's ready to bite heads off, and her temper worsens every minute you sit here." Conan smiled briefly. "I told her once I was no hand at obedience. Mitra, Xandru, and 9 or 10 other gods whose names escape me at the moment." Ordo let out a long sigh and squatted with his thick arms crossed on his knees. "Another time I wouldn't mind wagering on which of you will win, but not when I might be shortened ahead for being in the middle. There's no talk of winning or losing. I'm in no battle with her." The side of the one-eyed man's mouth that was not drawn into a permanent sneer grimaced. "You're a man and she's a woman. There's battle enough. Well, what happens, happens. But remember my warning. Harm her, and it's you will be shorter ahead. Since she's angry with me, talk her into turning back. That will give you what you want. Her away from me." He did not add that it would also give him what he wanted, and relieve him of the necessity of stealing the pendants from the bandits. The temper she's in, 'tis more likely she'll order you staked out again and begin again where first we were. Conan touched his sword. His steel-blue eyes were suddenly cold. This time I'll collect my ferryman's fee, Ordo. Speak not of ferryman's fees, the other man muttered. If she decides so, I'll get you away in the night. Bah! This talk of what will happen and what may happen is building towers of sand in the wind. Then let us talk on other things, Conan said, with a laugh that did not touch his eyes. He believed the one-eyed brigand did indeed like him, but he would not trust his life to that, where the need of going against Corella's commands was concerned. Think you Avarius made these snake men out of air to cover his wanting to turn back? He tells the truth with a face that shouts lie. Yet this time I think he may actually have seen something. That's not to say it was what he says it was. Ah, I know not, Conan. Snakes that walk like men? The bearded bandit shivered. I began to grow old. This chasing after a king's treasure is beyond me. I'd settle for a good caravan with guards who have no wish to die. Then talk her into turning back. 'Tis almost full dark. I'll leave the camp tonight, and in the morning, with me gone, there will be no trouble in it. Much you know, Ordo snorted. With the humor on her now, she'd order us to pursue and slay any who would not. The flap of the striped pavilion opened, and Corella emerged, her face almost hidden by the hood of a scarlet cloak that covered her to the ground. She moved purposefully toward the two men through the deepening purple twilight. The cook fires made small pools of light among the boulders. Ordo got to his feet, dusting his hands nervously. I must see to the horses. Good luck to you, Conan. He hurried away, not looking in the direction of the approaching woman. Conan picked up his sword again and bent to examine the blade. It must needs be sharp, but the razor edge some men boasted of would split against chainmail and quickly leave naught but a metal club. He became aware of the lower edge of Corella's crimson cloak at the corner of his vision. He did not look up. "Why did you not come to my tent?" she demanded abruptly. "I had need to tend my sword." With a final examination of the edge, he stood and sheathed the sword. Her tilted green eyes glared up at him from within the shelter of her hood. His sapphire gaze met hers calmly. "I commanded you to come to me. We have much to discuss. But I will not be commanded, Corella. I am not one of your faithful hounds." Her gasp was loud. "You defy me? I should have known you would think to supplant me. Do not think simply because you share my bed. Be not a fool, Corella." The big Sumerian made an effort to keep a rein on his temper. "I have no designs on your band. Command your rogues, but do not try to command me. So long as you ride behind the Red Hawk, I ride with you and beside you, as you ride with and beside me. No more than that for either of us. Do not cut me off, you muscle-bound oaf." Her shout rang through the camp, echoing from tall boulders and the looming cliff. Bandits at the cook fires and currying horses turned to stare. Even in the dimness, Conan could see that her face had colored. She lowered her voice, but her tone was acid. "I thought that you were the man I sought, a man strong enough to be the Red Hawk's consort. Derketo, blast your soul. You're naught but a street thief." He caught her swinging hand before it could strike his cheek, and held it easily despite her struggles. Her scarlet cloak gaped open, revealing that she wore nothing beneath. "Again you break your oath, Corella. Do you hold your goddess in such contempt as to believe she will not punish a forsworn oath?" Abruptly, the auburn-haired woman seemed to realize the spectacle they were making before her brigands. She gathered her cloak together with her free hand. "Release me," she said coolly. "Rot your soul, I will not say please." Conan loosened his grip, but it was not her plea that caused him to do so. As she tore her wrist free, the hairs on the back of his neck were rising in an unpleasantly familiar fashion. stared through the now black sky at the mountains around them. The stars were glittering bright points, and the moon had not yet risen. The mountains were formless deepenings of the night's shadows. Imheb Atum follows still, he said quietly. I may allow you of some liberties in private, Conan, Corella grated, rubbing her wrist, but never again in public are you to... Imheb Atum? That's the name the possessed man spoke that night in camp. The sorcerer's name. Conan nodded. It was he who spoke to me first of the pendants. If not for the man he sent to kill me that night, I'd have delivered them to him, once I had them, for the price agreed. Now he has no more claim on me or on the pendants. How can you be sure it is him and not a hillman, or just the weight of night and these mountains pressing on you? I know, he said simply. But, abruptly she stared past him, green eyes going wide in shock, mouth dropping open. Conan spun, broadsword leaving its scabbard as he turned to knock aside the thrust of a spear in the hands of a demon-like apparition. Red eyes glowed at him from a dark-scaled face beneath a ridged helmet. A harsh cry hissed at him from a fanged mouth. The big Sumerian allowed himself no time for surprise. His return blow from the parry opened the creature from crotch to neck, black blood bubbling forth as it fell. Already that sibilant battle cry was going up around the camp. Men leaped to their feet around the fires on the border. Scores of scaly-skinned warriors poured out of the night. Alvar stared and screamed as a spear pierced him through the chest. A swarthy Uranus turned to flee and had his spine severed by a massive battle axe in claw-fingered hands. Bandits darted like rats searching for an escape. "Fight, Crom, blast you!" Conan shouted. "They can die too!" He ran toward the slaughter in the camp, looking for Corella. Almost at once he spotted her in the middle of the fighting. From somewhere she had acquired a tulwar, though not her jeweled blade. Her cloak now dangled bunched from her left hand as a snare to catch others' weapons, and she danced naked through the butchery, red hair streaming, a fury from the outer dark, her curved sword drinking ebon blood. "Up, my hounds!" she screamed. "Fight for your lives!" Roaring, Cordo dashed in behind her to take a spear in the thigh that had been meant for her back. The one-eyed brigand's blade sought his reptilian attacker's heart, and even as the creature was falling, he tore the spear from his leg and waded into the fray, blood over his boot. Before Conan loomed another of the scaled men, his back to the Sumerian, his spear raised to transfix Abarius, who lay on the ground with bulging eyes, his gap-toothed mouth open in a scream. Battles are not duels. Conan slammed his sword through the creature's back to stand out a foot from its chest. While it still stood, death shriek bubbling forth, he planted a booted foot on its agony-arched back to tug his blade free. The saurian killer fell twitching across Abarius, who screamed again and wriggled free with a glare at Conan, as if he wished the Sumerian were in the scaled one's place. The weasel-faced bandit grabbed the dying creature's spear, and for a bare second the two men stared at one another. Then Abarius darted into the fighting, shouting, "The Red Hawk! For the Red Hawk!" "Crom!" Conan bellowed, and plunged into the maelstrom. "Crom and steel!" The battle became a kaleidoscoping nightmare for the Sumerian, as all battles did for all warriors. Men battling scaled monsters flickered before him and were gone, still locked in their death struggles. The cloud of battles covered his mind, loosing the fury of his wild north country, and even those scaled snake men who faced him knew fear before they died. Fear at the battle light that glowed in his blue eyes. Fear at the grim, wild laughter that broke from his lips even as he slew. He waded through them, broadsword working in murderous frenzy. Crom! If these scaly demons were to pay his ferryman's fee, he would set it high. Crom and steel! And then there were none left standing among the night-shrouded boulders, save those of humankind. Conan's broad chest was splattered with inky blood, mixing with his own in more than one place. He looked about him wearily, the battle fury fading. Reptilian bodies lay everywhere, some twitching still, and among them were no few of the bandits. Ordo, hobbled from wounded brigand to wounded brigand, a red-stained rag twisted about his thigh, offering what aid he could do those who still could use it. Avarius sat hunched by a fire, leaning on his spear. Other bandits began to make their dazed way in from the darkness. Corella strolled across the charnel ground to the Cimmerian, the cloak discarded, Tulwar still gripped firmly in her hand. He was relieved to note that none of the blood that smeared her round breasts was her own. It seems Avarius saw nothing after all, she said when she faced him. At least we know now what you felt watching you. I could wish you had gotten your warning somewhat earlier. The man shook his head. It was no use explaining to her how he knew it had not been the gaze of these things he felt on him. I wish I knew whence they... He broke off with a sudden oath and bent to examine the boots of one of the dead creatures. They were worked in the pattern of an encircling serpent, its head seeming surrounded by rays. Hurriedly, he went to another body and still others. All wore the boots. What takes you, Conan? Corella demanded. Even if you need boots, surely you could never wear something that came from these. No, he replied. Those who stole the pendants from Tiridates' palace wore boots worked with a serpent. He tugged one of the boots from a narrow foot and tossed it to her. She stepped aside to let it fall with a grimace of distaste. I've had my fill and more of those things. Man, you can't believe these whatever they are entered Shadazar and left unhindered. The city guard is blind, I'll grant, but not as blind as that. They wore hooded robes that covered them to their fingertips, and they left the city at night, when the guards on the gates are half asleep at best. They could have entered the night before and remained hidden until it was time to do their work at the palace. It could be as you say, Corella admitted reluctantly. But what help that is to us, I cannot see. Ordo limped up and stood glaring at Conan. 200 men and 4, Cimmerian. That's what I led into these accursed mountains on this mad quest of yours. Full 15 are food for worms this night, and 2 more like not to last till dawn. Thank whatever odd gods you pray to, we took a pair of them alive. The amusement of putting them to the question will keep you from being staked out in their place. And I'll tell you, for all my liking, if they tried, I'm not sure I'd stop them. Prisoners, Corella said sharply. I've little love for these creatures, dead, none alive. Give them to the men now. Come dawn, we'll be riding out of these mountains. We abandon the treasure, then? The one-eyed bandit sounded more relieved than surprised. Fare you well, then, Conan. For I see this will be the last night we spend in company. Corella turned slowly to give the Cimmerian an unreadable look. Do we part, then? Conan nodded reluctantly, and with a rueful glare at Ordo. He had not meant her to find out so soon. In fact, his plan had been to leave in the night, with one of the prisoners for a guide, and let her discover him gone come morning. I continue after the pendants, the Cimmerian said. And that girl, Corella said flatly. Company, Ordo muttered, before Conan could speak further. Toward them marched those of the bandits who were able to walk, not one man without at least one bloody bandage, and every one with his weapon in hand. Avarius marched at their head, using his spear like a walking staff. The others wore purposeful looks on their faces, but only he had a spiteful smile. 10 paces from where Conan stood with Corella and Ordo, they stopped. Ordo started forward angrily, but Corella put a hand on his arm. He stopped, but his glare promised reckonings another time. Corella faced the gathering calmly, hand on hip and sword point planted firmly on the ground. Not hurt too badly, eh, Avarius? She said with a sudden smile. The weasel-faced man seemed taken aback. He had a scratch down his cheek and a piece of rag about his left arm. And you, Talbor, she went on before anyone could speak. Not as hard a night's work as you've had. Remember when we took that slavers' caravan from Zambula? Only they doubled the guard for fear of those quarry slaves they had bound for Kitha. I mind carrying you away from that across my saddle with an arrow through you, and that's of no matter now, Aberius snapped. Ordo lurched forward, snarling, but Corella stopped him with a gesture. Aberius seemed to relax at that, and his smile became more satisfied. No matter at all now, he repeated smugly. Then what is of matter, she asked. Aberius blinked. Has the Red Hawk suddenly lost her vision? A few of the men behind him laughed. The others looked grim. More than a third of our number dead, and not a coin in anyone's purse to see for it. We wanted to steal some pendants from a few pilgrims. Now we follow them all the way into these accursed mountains, and might follow to Vendia with naught to show for it. Men, soldiers, now demons. It's time to go back to the plains, back to what we know. I decide when to turn back. Corella's voice was suddenly a whip, lashing them. I took you from the mud, robbing wayfarers for a few coppers, and made you feared by every caravan that leaves Shadazar or Zambula or Agrapur itself. I found you scavengers and made you men. I put gold in your purses and the swagger in your walks that make men step wide of you and women wriggle close. I am the Red Hawk, and I say we go on and take this treasure that was stolen from a king. You've led us long, Aberius said, Corella. The familiarity of the name brought a gasp from the red-haired woman and a growl from Hordo. Suddenly she seemed only a woman, a naked woman. Aberius licked his lips. Lecherous lights appeared in the eyes of the men behind him. Corella took a step back. Conan could read every emotion that fled across her face. Rage, shame, frustration, and finally the determination to sell her life dearly. She took a firmer grip on her tulwar. Ordo had unobtrusively slipped his blade from its sheath. If he had half a brain, Conan told himself, he would slip away now. After all, he owed her nothing. There was the oath not to save her, too. Before the brigands knew what was happening, he could be gone into the night with one of the prisoners to guide him to the pendants and the Lita. With a sigh, he stepped forward. I do not break my oath, he said softly, for Corella's ears alone. It's my own life I'm saving. He walked down to confront Aberius and the rest with a friendly smile, though the casual-seeming way his hand rested on his sword hilt was deceptive. Do not think to join us, Conan, Aberius said. There was considerable satisfaction in his smile. You stand with them. I thought we all stood together, the Cimmerian replied. You do remember the reason we came, don't you? Treasure? A king's treasure? The narrow-faced bandit spat, barely missing Conan's boot. That's well out of our reach now. I'll never find that trail again. Conan let his smile broaden. There's no need. These creatures you've killed tonight wear boots with the same markings as those who stole the pendants and the rest from Tiridates' palace. You can rest assured they serve the same master. Demons, Aberius said incredulously. The man wants us to fight demons for this treasure. A mutter of agreement rose from the others, but Conan spoke quickly on his heels. What demons? I see creatures with the skins of snakes, but no demons. Protests broke out. Conan did not allow them to form. Whatever they look like, you killed them tonight. He caught each man's eye in turn. You killed them with steel and courage. Do demons die from steel? And you found two of them. Did they mutter spells and make you disappear? Did they fly away when you put ropes on them? He looked sideways at Aberius and grinned widely. Did they breathe flame at you? Laughter rippled through the brigands, and Aberius colored. It matters not. It matters not, I tell you. I still cannot find the trail, and I've not heard a word from these monsters that any can understand. I said there's no need to find the trail again, Conan said. At dawn, we'll contrive to let these two escape. You can track them easily enough. They're both wounded. Avarius protested desperately. Like us not, neither will last an hour. It's still a chance. Conan let his voice swell. A chance for a king's treasure in gold and jewels. Who's for gold? Who's for the Red Hawk? He risked unsheathing his sword and raising it overhead. Gold! The Red Hawk! In an instant, every man save Avarius was waving his weapon in the air. Gold! They bellowed. Gold! The Red Hawk! Gold! Avarius twisted his thin mouth sourly. Gold. Hawk. His beady eyes glared murder at Conan. Good, then! Conan shouted over their cries. Off with you, to rest and drink, till dawn! Dawn! They roared. Gold! Conan waited until they were well on their way back to the fires, then returned to Corella. She stared at him as if stricken. He put out a hand to touch her, but she jerked her arm away and stalked toward her tent without a word. Conan stared after her in consternation. I said once you had a facile tongue, Ordo said, sheathing his sword. You've more than that, Conan of Samaria. The likes you'll be a general someday, mayhap even a king. If you live to get out of these mountains, if any of us do. What's the matter with her? Conan demanded. I told her I did this for me, not her. I did not break the oath she demanded. She thinks you try to supplant her. Ordo replied slowly, as chief of the band. That's foolish. Ordo did not seem to hear. I hope she does not yet realize that what was done tonight can never be undone. Mitra, grant her time before she must know that. What are you muttering about, you one-eyed old ruffian? Conan said. Did one of those blows tonight addle your brains? You do not see it either, do you? The bearded man's voice was sad. What has been shattered can be mended, but the cracks are always there. Those cracks will break again and again until there is no mending. Once there's gold in their purses, they'll be as loyal as they ever were. On the morrow, Ordo, we must bury these creatures as well as our own dead. There must be no vultures aloft to warn whoever sent them out. Of course. Ordo sighed. Rest you well, Sumerian. Pray you we live to rest another night. Rest you well, Ordo. After the one-eyed bandit disappeared toward the campfires, Conan peered toward Corella's pavilion beneath the loom of the cliff. Her shadow moved on the striped walls. She was washing herself. Then the lamps were extinguished. Muttering curses under his breath, Conan found a cloak and wrapped himself in it beneath the shelter of a boulder. Rest you well indeed, women. Imhotep rose from his place on the mountainside above the bandit camp and turned into the darkness. When he reached a place where the shadows against the stone seemed to darken, he walked on through the shadow wall and into a large, well-lit cave. His mount and his pack-horse were tethered at the rear of it. His blankets were spread by the fire, where a rabbit roasted on a spit. Nearby sat the chest containing the necessities of his thaumaturgies. The mage rubbed his eyes, then stretched, massaging the small of his back. One spell had been needed to gain the eyes of an eagle, a second to make the night into day to his sight, still a third to let him hear what was said in the camp. Maintaining all three at once had given him a pain that ran from his head all the way down to his backbone. Yet it was worth the discomfort. The fools thought they ruled where their horses' hooves trod. He wondered what they would think if they knew they were but dogs, to corner a bear and die holding its attention while he, the hunter, moved in for the kill. Laughing, the necromancer bent to his supper. 16. Seated on his golden serpent throne, Aminar watched the four dancing girls flexing their sinuosities across the mosaic floor for his enjoyment. Naked but for golden bells at ankles and wrists, they spun and writhed with wild abandon in the sweat of fear for his displeasure. The tinkle of the bells a counterpoint to the flutes of four human musicians who kept their eyes on their own feet. There were few human servants within the keep, and none ever raised their eyes from the ground. Aminar luxuriated in the fear he felt emanating from the four women, enjoying that as much as he did the luscious curves they flaunted shamelessly before him. The fifth girl, golden-eyed Yasmin, had been the first to find herself given screaming to Sitha. Threats produced more fear if it was known they would be carried out, and she had somehow managed to cut her own throat with the huge Satara's sword. It had been all the necromancer could do to keep her alive long enough to be sacrificed to Morath Amani, and there had been little pleasure for him in the haste of it. He had taken precautions to make certain there would be no repetition of the unfortunate incident. Through lidded eyes, Aminar watched his possessions dance for his favor. "Master?" "Yes, Sitha," the mage said without shifting his gaze. The heavily muscled Satara stood bowed at one side of the throne, but its scarlet eyes watched the dancing girls greedily. "The map, Master. It flashes." Aminar uncoiled from the throne and strode out of the chamber with Sitha at his heels. The girls continued to dance. He had given no command to cease, and they dared not without it. Close beside the throne chamber was a small room with only two furnishings. A silver mirror hung on one gray stone wall. Against the other, a great sheet of clear crystal leaned on a polished wooden frame etched with a map of the mountains surrounding the keep. In the crystal, a flashing red light moved slowly along a valley, triggered by the wards Aminar had set. Lower animals would not set off the warning, nor would his Satara. Only men could do that. Turning to the mirror, Aminar muttered cryptic words and made cabalistic gestures that left a faint glow in the air. As the glow faded, the silver mirror grew clear as a window that looked down from an eagle's height on men riding slowly along a mountain valley. One of the men made a gesture as if pointing to something on the ground. They were tracking. Aminar spoke further esoteric phrases, and the vision of the mirror raced ahead, seeking. Like a falcon sensing prey, the image stopped, then swooped on a badly wounded Satara, stumbling, falling, rising to struggle forward again. Aminar returned the mirror to the mounted party that followed his servant. Near 30 men, well armed, and one woman. The mage could not tell whether the woman or a heavily muscled youth with fierce blue eyes commanded. Aminar rubbed his chin thoughtfully with an overlong hand. "The girl Velita Sitha," he said. "Fetch her here immediately." The big Satara bowed himself from the room, leaving Aminar to study the image in the mirror. Satara used their wounded, those too badly hurt to heal, as fresh meat. This one would not have been allowed to leave his patrol. Therefore, the patrol no longer existed. Since these men followed, it was likely they had destroyed the patrol, and that was no small feat. It was also unlikely that they followed to no purpose. "The girl, Master." Sitha appeared in the door, grasping Velita by her hair, so that the dark-eyed girl perforce must walk on the balls of her feet. Her hands hung passively at her sides, though, and she shivered in terror both of that which gripped her and of the man she faced. "Let her down," Aminar commanded impatiently. "Girl, come here and look into this mirror. Now, girl." She stumbled forward, though with her grace it seemed more a step of her dancing, and gasped when she saw the images moving before her. For a moment, the necromancer thought she would speak, but then her jaw tightened and she closed her eyes. "You spoke a name once, girl," Aminar said. "A man who would rescue you. Conan. Is that man among these you see?" She did not move a muscle or utter a sound, Mean the man no harm, girl. Point him out to me, or I will have Sitha whip you. A low moan rose in her throat, and she opened her large eyes long enough to roll them in terror at the huge Sitara behind her. I cannot, she whispered. Her body trembled, and tears streamed down her face in silent sobs, but she would speak no more. Aminar made an exasperated noise. Fool girl. All you do is delay me for a few moments. Take her, Sitha. 20 strokes. Fanged mouth open in a wide grin, the massive Sitara gathered her hair once more in its fist, lifting her painfully as they left. Tears rolled down her face all the harder, yet still her sobs were soundless. The mage studied the images further. She had actually answered his question, in part at least, though she likely thought she had protected the man. But she had named this Conan a thief, and thieves did not ride with more than a score of armed men at their backs. From within his serpent-embroidered black robe, he produced the things he needed for this simple task. A red chalk scribed a 5-pointed star on the stone floor. From a pouch he poured a small mound of powder on each of the points. His left hand stretched forth, and from each fingertip a spark flew to flare the powders to blinding flame. 5 thin streams of acrid red smoke rose toward the distant ceiling. Aminar muttered words in a dead tongue, made a gesture with his left hand. The smoke was suddenly sucked back down onto the pentagram, swirling and billowing as if whipped by a great wind, yet confined to the 5-pointed star. He spoke one further word, and with a sharp crack, the smoke was gone. In its place was a hairless gray shape, no higher than his knee. Vaguely ape-like in form, with sharply sloping forehead and knuckles brushing the stone floor, its shoulders bore bony wings covered with taut gray hide. The creature chattered at him, bearing fangs that seemed to fill half its simian face, and sprang for the mage. At the boundary of the pentagram, it suddenly shrieked, and was thrown back in a shower of sparks to crumple in the center of the star. Unsteadily it rose, claws clicking on the stone. The bat-like wings quivered as if for flight. "Free!" it barked shrilly. Aminar's lip curled in disgust and anger. He was far beyond dealing with these minor demons personally. That the girl had forced him to it was a humiliation he would assuage personally, to her great discomfort. "Free!" the demon demanded again. "Be silent, Zath," the necromancer commanded. The gray form recoiled, and Aminar allowed himself a small smile. "Yes, I know your name, Zath, and you fail to do as I command. I'll use the power that gives me. Others of your kind have from time to time annoyed me, and have found themselves trapped in material bodies, bodies of solid gold." Aminar threw back his head and laughed. The ape-like creature shuddered. Its dead white eyes watched the sorcerer malevolently from beneath bony eyebrow ridges, but it said, "Zath, do what?" "These two," Aminar said, touching the images of Conan and Corella. "Discover for me their names, and why they follow one of my Sitara." "How?" the demon shrilled. "Play no games with me," Aminar snapped. "Think you I do not know? If you are close enough to an ordinary man to hear his speech, you can hear his thoughts as well, and you may as well stop trying me. You know it will not work." The demon chattered his fangs angrily. "Zath goes!" With a thunderous clap, it disappeared. A wind ruffled Aminar's robe as air rushed into the pentagram. The sorcerer dusted his hands as though he had touched something demeaning and turned back to the mirror. For a time, the images rode on, then suddenly one of their number pointed aloft. Consternation swept across their faces. Crossbows were raised, bolts loosed at the sky. A snap sounded in the chamber, and the ape-like demon was back in the pentagram, flexing its wings and fondling a crossbow quarrel. "Try to kill Zath," it giggled, and added contemptuously, "with iron." The demon amused itself by poking the quarrel through its bony arm. The crossbow arrow left no wound. "What of that which I sent you for?" Aminar demanded. The demon glared at him a moment before speaking.
"Big man named Conan, woman named Corella, called Red Hawk. They come for pendants for girl. Free!"
Aminar smiled at the images on the mirror, recovering now from their encounter with Zath and riding on. The lovely Velita's thief, and the famed Red Hawk at the same time with her band. There were many uses to which such beings could be put. "Ahead of these people," he said to the demon without taking his eyes from the mirror, "is one of my Satara. It is wounded, but yet lives. You may feed. Now go." The necromancer's smile was far from pleasant. The slopes of the twisting valley steepened and grew bleaker as the bandits rode. Conan eyed a thorn bush, of which there were even fewer here than had been along the trail earlier. It was stunted and bent as if something in air or soil distorted the dark branches into an unwholesome simulacrum of the plant it had once been. All the scrub growth they passed grew more like that the further they went along the wounded snake creature's trail. "Fitting country," Ordo muttered, just loud enough for Conan to hear. His little eye watched Corella warily where she rode at the column's head. "First snake men, then that flying Mitra alone knows what." "It didn't hurt anyone," Conan said flatly, "and it went away." He was not about to say anything that might dissuade the others from turning back, but at the same time he could not entirely dispel his own sense of unease. "It was hit," the one-eyed man went on. "2 bolts at least, but never a quiver out of it. 'Tis only luck the rest of these rogues didn't turn tail on the moment." "Mayhap you should turn back, Ordo." He twisted in his saddle to peer down the line of mounted bandits straggled behind him on the winding valley floor. Greed drove them forward, but since the strange creature was seen flying above them, seeming to follow them, every man watched the gray skies and stony slopes with sullen eyes. From time to time a man would touch his bandaged wounds and look thoughtfully back the way they had come. Conan shook his black-maned head at the bearded brigand. "If she says she has decided to turn back, they'll follow her gratefully. If she pushes on, they'll begin dropping away one by one." "You of all men should know she'll not turn from this trail. Not so long as you go on." Conan was spared, answering by a loud hail from Abarius. The weasel-faced bandit had been riding ahead of them to track the wounded snake creature. Now he sat his horse where the trail wound around a rock spire ahead, waving his arm over his head. "Halloo!" Corella galloped forward without a word. "I hope he's lost the track," Ordo muttered. Conan booted his horse ahead. After a moment, the one-eyed man followed. The red-haired woman turned her horse aside as Conan rode up. He looked at what Abarius had been showing her. The reptilian creature they had been following lay sprawled on its back, dead, in the shadow of the stone spire. Its chainmail had been torn off and its chest ripped open. "Scavengers have been at it already," Ordo muttered. "It's too bad the other one crawled off somewhere to die." He did not sound as if he thought it too bad at all. "No vultures in the sky," Conan said thoughtfully, "and never have I heard of jackals that rip out a heart and leave the rest." Abarius' horse whinnied as he jerked at the reins. "Mitra, the Cimmerian's right. Who knows what slew him? Perhaps that foul thing that flew over us and took no mind of crossbow bolts." His beady eyes darted wildly, as if expecting the apparition to appear again from behind a rock. "Be silent, fool," Corella snapped. "It died of the wounds it took last night, and your approach frightened a badger or some such off its feeding." "It makes no matter," Abarius said slyly. "I can track this carrion no further." The woman's green-eyed gaze was contemptuously amused. "Then I've no more need of you, have I? I'll wager I can find where it was going myself." "It's time to leave these accursed mountains." The pinch-faced man swiveled his head to the other bandits, waiting down the trail. Enough fear of the Red Hawk remained to keep them back from her counsel. Corella did not deign to acknowledge his whine. Since loosing its bonds, the creature has kept a straight line. When the twists of the land took it aside, it found its way back again. We'll keep the same way. But Avarius swallowed the rest of his words as Hordo pushed his horse closer. Corella started ahead, ignoring them. And I hear any tales the one-eyed man greeted other than that you frighted some slinking vermin from this corpse, I'll see you cold carrion beside it. Conan caught his eye as he turned to follow Corella, and for a moment the bearded bandit looked abashed. She needs one hound at least to remain faithful, Cimmerian. The way is forward, Avarius. Forward, you worthless rogues, he bellowed. He met Conan's eyes again, then kicked his horse into a gallop. For a time, Conan sat his horse, watching the faces of the passing brigands as they came in view of the bloody, scaled corpse. Each recoiled, muttering or with an oath, as he rounded the spire and got a clear look at what lay there. But the greed in their eyes was undiminished. They rode on, muttering his own oath. Conan spurred after Corella and Hordo. 17. Hieronydes wearily raised his hand to signal a halt to the bedraggled column behind him. The sight among the boulders at the face of the cliff had been a camp. An attempt had been made to hide the face, but a thin tendril of smoke still rose from ashes not covered well enough with dirt. "Dismount the men, Hieronydes," the captain commanded, wincing as he did so himself. A hillman's lance had left a gouge along his ribs that would be a long time in healing. "Take a party of 10 and see if you can find which way they went without mucking up the tracks too badly." The slender lieutenant, Hieronydes could not help wondering how he had come through the fight without a scratch, touched his forehead stiffly in salute. "Sir," he sawed at his reins to pull his horse around and began telling off the men. Hieronydes sighed. He was not in good odor with the lieutenant, which meant he would not be in good odor with the lieutenant's father, which meant odor. He fingered the polished stone jar in his pouch. The perfume had seemed familiar to him, but it was not until he was beating aside a hillman's curved sword that he remembered where he had smelled it before, and knew that the red-haired jade who had come to warn him of the tribesmen was the Red Hawk. The problem was that Hieronydes too knew that he had had her in his grasp and let her slip away. Once the fighting was done and wounds were tended as well they could be in the field, Hieronydes had ordered them along the trail of the three. "Sir?" Hieronydes looked up from his brown study to find Rosaro knuckling his forehead. "The prisoner, sir?" When the butchery was over, they had found a hillman who had merely been stunned by a blow to the head. Now, Hieronydes had great need to know what had brought such a body of tribesmen together. They normally formed much smaller bands for their raiding. It was necessary to know if he might find himself facing other forces as large. He grimaced in disgust. "Put him to the question, Rosaro." "Yes, sir. If the captain will pardon me for saying so, sir, that was a fine piece of work back there. The handful we didn't slice into dog meat are likely still running." "See to the prisoner." Hieronydes sighed. Rosaro touched his forehead and went. The man might think it fine work, the captain thought, and in the ordinary course of events it might have been considered so. But this was no ordinary patrol. 200 good cavalrymen had he led through the gate to the Three Swords. After burying his dead, separating those too badly wounded to go on, and detaching enough healthy men to give the wounded a chance if they were attacked on their way out of the mountains, he had 83 left. And he had neither the Red Hawk or Tiridates' trinkets in hand. In the eyes of king and counselor, it would be those lacks that damned him. A choked scream rose from where Rosaro had the hillman. "Mitra blast Tiridates and the Red Hawk both," the captain growled under his breath. He walked into what had been the bandit camp, examining the ground between the looming boulders as much to keep his mind off the hillman's moans as in hope of finding anything of importance. Hieronydes found him standing where the pavilion had been. "Would I could see what she saw from here," Aronides said without looking at the slender man. There is a wrong feel to this place. What happened here? A battle, sir. A supercilious smile curled the lieutenant's mouth at for once being ahead of Aronides. Or at least a fight, but it must have been a big one. Hillmen attacked the bandits in camp and cut them up badly. We no longer need worry about the Red Hawk, and she still lives. She's screaming over a torture fire about now. A very complete picture, the captain said slowly. Based on what? Graves. One mass grave that must hold 40 or more, and 17 single graves. They're upslope to the north here. Graves, Aronides repeated thoughtfully. The hill tribes never acted in concert. In their dialects, the words for enemy and one not of my clan were the same. But if they had found some compelling reason... But who won, Lieutenant? What? The hook-nosed captain shook his head. Learn something about those you chase. None of the hill tribes bury their victims, and they take their own dead back to their villages, so their spirits won't have to wander among strangers. On the other hand, if the bandits won, why would they bury the hillman dead? But the bandits wouldn't bury tribesmen, Aheronites protested. Exactly. So I suggest you take a few men and find out what's in those graves. It was Aronides' turn to smile at the consternation on the lieutenant's face. As the slender youth began to splutter about not being a grave robber, a bow-legged cavalryman ran to a panting halt before them. The edge of the blood-stained bandage showed under his helmet. Captain, he said nervously, sir, there's something maybe you ought to see. It's... He swallowed convulsively. You'd best see for yourself, sir. Aronides frowned. He could not think of anything that would put one of these tough soldiers in this taking. Lead the way, Narcisse. The soldier swallowed again and turned back the way he had come with obvious reluctance. Aronides noted as he followed that Aheronites was clinging to his heels. He supposed that to the lieutenant's mind, even something that made a seasoned campaigner turn green was better than opening day-old graves. Near a thorn bush springing from the crevice between two boulders, a pair of soldiers stood, making an obvious effort not to look into the narrow opening. From chainmail and helmet to hook nose and bandy legs, they were like Narcisse, and like him, too, in the tightness around their eyes and the green tinge about their lips. Narcisse stopped beside the two and pointed to the cleft. In there, sir. Saw a trail of blood, sir, leading in. So I looked and... He trailed off with a helpless shrug. The blood trail was clear to be seen, dried black smears on the rock and on the stony ground beneath the bush. Clear the brush away, Aronides ordered irritably. Likely the bandits or the tribesmen had tortured someone and tossed the body here for the ravens. He liked looking at the results of torture even less than he liked listening to it. And if the men's faces were any indication, this was a bad job of it. Get a move on, he added as the men fiddled with their swords. Yes, sir, Narcisse said unhappily, swinging their swords like brush knives, to the accompaniment of grumbled curses as thorns found the chinks of their chainmail and broke off in the flesh. The bush was hacked to a stump, and the limbs dragged clear of the crevice. Aronides put his foot on the stump and levered himself up to peer into the crevice. His breath caught in his throat. He found himself staring straight into sightless, inhuman eyes in a leathery, scaled face. The fanged mouth was frozen in rictus, seemingly sneering at him. One preternaturally long, bony hand, a length of severed rope dangling from the wrist, clutched with clawed fingers at a sword gash in chainmail stained with dried blood. All of its wounds appeared to be from swords, he noted, or at least from the sorts of weapons men bore. But then, what self-respecting vulture would touch it, he muttered. What is it? Aheronites demanded. Aronides climbed down to let the lieutenant take his place. Did you see anything else up this way? The captain asked the three soldiers. A shriek burst from Aheronites' mouth, and the slender young officer half tumbled back to the ground. He stared wildly at the captain, at the three soldiers, scrubbing his mouth with the back of his hand.
Mitras Holies, he whispered. What is that?
Not a hillman, Aronides said dryly. With a sob, the lieutenant stumbled a few steps and bent double, retching. Aronides shook his head and turned back to the soldiers. Did you find anything? Yes, sir, Narcisse said. He seemed eager to talk about anything but what was in the crevice. Horse tracks, sir. Maybe a score or more. Came from the camp down there, right past here, and went off that way, sir. He flung a hand to the south. Following, the captain mused half to himself. We must go back, Aronides panted suddenly. We can't fight demons. This is the first demon I ever saw killed by a sword, Aronides said flatly. He was relieved to see the momentary panic in the three soldiers' eyes fade. Get that thing down from there, he went on, turning their looks to pure disgust. We'll see if our hillman friend knows what it is. Rumbling under their breath, the bow-legged cavalryman climbed awkwardly into the cranny and worked the stiffened body free. Aronides started back while they were still lifting it down. The hillman was spread-eagled between pegs in the ground, surrounded by cavalrymen betting among themselves on whether or not he would open up at the next application. From the coals of a small fire projected the handles of half a dozen irons. The smell of scorched flesh and the blisters on the soles of the hillman's feet and on his dark, hairless chest told the use to which the irons had been put. Rosaro, squatting by the tribesman's side, thrust an iron carefully into the fire. He isn't saying much so far, sir. Unbelieving dogs, the hillman rasped. His black eyes glared at Aronides above a long, scraggly mustache that was almost as dark. Sons of diseased camels! Your mothers defile themselves with sheep. Your fathers... Rosaro casually backhanded him across the mouth. Sorry, sir. Be a lot worse done to one of us in his village, but he seems to take it personally that we expect him to talk instead of just killing him outright. Never will I talk, the hillman growled. Cut off my hands, I will not speak. Pluck out my eyes, I will not speak. Slice off. Those all sound interesting. Aronides cut him off. But I can think of something better. The black eyes watched him worriedly. I'll wager the odds are good. There's a hillman up there somewhere watching us right this minute. One of your lot or another one, it doesn't matter. What do you think would happen if that man sees us turn you loose with smiles and pats on the back? Kill me, the hillman hissed. I will not talk. Aronides laughed easily. Oh, they'd kill you for us. A lot more slowly than we would, I suspect. But worst of all, his smile faded. They'll curse your soul for a traitor. Your spirit will wander for all time, trapped between this world and the next. Alone, except for other traitors and demons. The hillman was silent, but unease painted his face. He was ready, Aronides thought. Narcisse, bring that thing in here and show it to our guest. The watching soldiers gasped and muttered charms as Narcisse and another carried the rigid corpse into the circle. Aronides kept his eyes on the hillman's face. The dark eyes slid away from the reptilian creature, then back again, abruptly so full of venom as to seem deadly. You know it, don't you? The captain said quietly. The hillman nodded reluctantly. His eyes were still murderous on Aronides. It is called a Satara. His mouth twisted around the word, and he spat for punctuation. Many of these thrice accursed dung-eaters serve the evil one who dwells in the dark fortress to the south. Many men, and even women and children, disappear within those light-forsaken stone walls, and none are seen again. Not even their bodies to be borne away for the proper rites. Such abominations are not to be endured. So did we gather... The thin-lipped mouth snapped shut. The tribesman resumed his glare. You lie. Hieronymus sneered. You know not the truth, as your mother knew not your father. Hill dogs do not attack fortresses. You cower in fear of your women, and you would sell your children for a copper. The dark face had become engorged with rage as Hieronymus spoke. Loose me! The tribesman howled. Loose me, drinker of jackal's urine, and I will carve your manhood to prove mine. The captain laughed contemptuously. With such numbers as you had, you could not have taken a mud hut held by an old woman and her granddaughter. Our strength was as the strength of thousands for the righteousness of our cause. The dark man spat. Each of us would have killed a score of the diseased demon spawn. Hieronymus studied the hillman's anger-suffused eyes and nodded to himself. That was as close as he was likely to get to confirmation that there were no more hillmen out. You say they take people, he said finally. Do valuables attract them? Gold? Gems? No, Hieronymus burst out. Hieronymus rounded on him angrily, but the slender man babbled on. We cannot pursue these monsters. Mitra, 'twas the Red Hawk we were sent for, and if these creatures kill her, good and well enough. Erlich, take you, Hieronymus, the captain grated. The hillman broke in. I will guide you, and you ride to slay the scaled filth, he spat. I will guide you faithfully. Anger had been washed from his face by some other emotion, but what emotion was impossible to say. By the black throne of Erlich, Hieronymus growled. Seizing Hieronymus' arm, he pulled the young lieutenant away from the prying eyes of the men behind a massive boulder. The captain glanced around to make certain none of the others had followed. When he spoke, his voice was low and forceful. I've put up with your insolence, with foolishness, slyness, and pettiness enough for 10 girls in a Zanana. But I'll not put up with cowardice, especially not in front of the men. Cowardice? The Hieronymus' slender frame quivered. My father is Menerxes, who is friend to... I care not if your father is Mitra. Hanuman stones, man. Your fear is so strong it can be felt at 10 paces. We were sent to return with the Red Hawk, not with a rumor that she might possibly be dead somewhere in the mountains. You mean to go on? Hieronymus gritted his teeth. The fool could make trouble for him once they returned to Shadazar. For a time, Lieutenant. We may overtake the bandits, and if they have been captured by these Satara, well, the hill tribes may consider their keep a fortress, but if they thought to take it with fewer than 10 score, it's possible 80 real soldiers can do the task. In any event, I won't turn back until I'm sure the Red Hawk and the King's playthings are beyond my grasp. You've gone mad. Hieronymus' voice was cold and calm, his eyes glazed and half-focused. I have no other choice. You cannot be allowed to kill us all. His hand darted for his sword. In his shock, Hieronymus was barely able to throw himself back away from the lieutenant's vicious slash. Hieronymus' eyes were fixed. His breath came in pants. Hieronymus rolled aside, and the other's blade bit into the stony ground where his head had been. But now the captain had his own sword out. He lunged up from the ground, driving it under the young man's ribs to thrust out behind his shoulder. Hieronymus stared down incredulously at the steel that transfixed him. My father is Menerxes, he whispered. A bubble of blood formed on his lips. As it broke, he fell. Hieronymus got to his feet, cursing under his breath, and tugged his sword free of the body. He started at a footstep grating on the rock behind him. Rosaro stepped up to look down at Hieronymus' body. The fool, Hieronymus began, but Rosaro cut him off. Your pardon for interrupting, sir, but I can see as you're distraught over the lieutenant's death, and I wouldn't want you to say something in anguish, so to speak, that I shouldn't ought to hear. What are you saying? The hook-nosed captain asked slowly. Rosaro's dark eyes met his levelly. The lieutenant was a brave man, sir. Hid the terrible wounds he took against the hillmen till it was too late for him. But I expect he saved us all. His father will be proud of him. He fumbled a rag from beneath his tunic. You'd best wipe your sword, sir. You must have dropped it and got some of the lieutenant's blood on it. Hieronymus hesitated before accepting the cloth. When we get back to Shadazar, come see me. I'll need a good sergeant in my next posting. I'll get the hillman on a horse, and we'll see if we can find the Red Hawk. Yes, sir. And thank you, sir. Rosario knuckled his forehead and disappeared, but Hieronymus stood looking at the lieutenant's corpse. Whatever slight chance he might have had of surviving a return to Shadazar without the Red Hawk and the Tiridates' trinkets had died with that foppish young idiot. With a muttered oath, he went to join his men. 18. Conan's keen eyes swept the ridges as the bandit column wound its way along the floor of the narrow, twisting valley. Porto was by his side, muttering unintelligibly beneath his breath, while Corella maintained her usual place ahead of them all. Her emerald cape was thrown back, and she rode with one fist planted jauntily on her hip. With the need for tracking past, Avarius was back with the rest of the brigands, riding strung out behind. She acts as if this is a parade, Porto growled. It may be, Conan replied. He eased his broadsword in its worn shagreen sheath. His gaze still traversed the ridgelines, never stopping in any one place for long. We have watchers, at least. Porto tensed, but he was too long in the trade of banditry to look around suddenly. He loosened his own blade. Where are they? He asked quietly. Both sides of the valley. I don't know how many. It won't take many in here, Porto rumbled, eyeing the steep slopes. I'll warn her. We both go, Conan said quickly. Slowly, as if we're just riding forward to have a casual word. The one-eyed man nodded, and they kicked their mounts to a faster walk. Corella looked around in surprise and irritation as they rode up on either side of her. Her mouth opened angrily. We're being followed, Hordo said before she could speak, along the ridges. She glanced at Conan, then turned back to Hordo. You're sure? I'm sure, Conan said. Her back stiffened and she faced forward again without speaking. He went on. Half a glass passed. I saw movement on the east ridge. I thought it was an animal, but now there are 2 to the east and 3 to the west, and they move together. Hanuman's stones, she muttered, still not looking at him. They rounded a bend in the trail, and whatever else she had to say was lost in a gasp. In the center of the trail, only 20 paces from them, stood 8 reptilian warriors like those they had killed, in chainmail and ridged helmets, bearing on their shoulders the 4 crossed poles of a bier. Atop the bier was a tall throne of intricately carved ivory, in which sat a man robed in scarlet. A white streak serpentined through his black hair. He held a long golden staff across his chest, and bowed slightly without rising. I am called Aminar. His voice rang loudly against the precipitous slopes. I welcome you, wayfarers. Conan found he had his broadsword in hand, and noted from the corner of his eye that Corella and Hordo had their blades out as well. Aminar wore a smile, though it did not reach his strange, red-flecked black eyes, but the Sumerian sensed evil there, evil beyond the scaled creatures that served him. There was nothing rational in his perception. It was a primitive intuition that came from bone and blood, and he trusted it all the more for that. Be not affrighted, Aminar intoned. The sounds of sliding rock and gravel jerked Conan's gaze away from the man on the bier. He was shocked to realize the other had held his eyes thus, to find the abrupt rises to either side of the trail swarming with hundreds of the snake men, many with javelins or crossbows. There were shouts from the bandits behind as they realized they were as good as surrounded. Rats in a barrel, Hordo growled. Take a pull on the Hellhorn for me, Conan, if you get to Gehenna first. What mean you by this? Corella demanded loudly. If you think to buy our lives cheaply, you do not understand, the man on the bier interrupted smoothly. Conan thought he detected amusement. The Satara are my servants. I greet what few strangers pass this way as I greet you. But betimes, strangers are unscrupulous folk who think to use violence against me for all my friendliness. I find it best to remove all temptation by having my retainers near in sufficient numbers. Not that I suspect you, of course. Conan was certain of the sarcasm in that last. What kind of man is served by minions such as these scaled ones? He suspected the answer, whether he got it or not, was that he had encountered another magician. Instead of a reply from Aminar, Corella snapped, "You forget who commands here, Cimmerian." Her green-eyed glare transferred to the man in the scarlet robes, lessening not a whit in intensity. "Still, Aminar, it is not a question out of place. Be you a sorcerer to be served by these monsters?" Gasps rose from the bandits, and their mutterings increased. Conan winced, for he knew how dangerous it was to confront a mage too openly. But Aminar smiled as he might at rambunctious children. "The Satara are not monsters," Aminar said. "They are the last remnants of a race that lived before man, and gentle of nature despite their outward appearances. Before I came, the hillmen hunted them like animals, slaughtered them. No, you have naught to fear from them, nor from me, though some bands which do not serve me sometimes fail to distinguish between the hillmen who hate them and others of humankind." "We met such a band," Corella said. Conan looked at the red-haired bandit sharply, but he could not tell whether she believed the man or whether she attempted some deeper game. "Praise be to all the gods that you survived," Aminar said piously. "Let me offer you the shelter of my keep. Your retainers may camp outside the walls and feel safe. Pray say you will be my guests. I have few visitors, and there is something I would speak to you of, which I think you will find to your advantage." Conan looked at the Satara arrayed on the slopes above, and wondered wryly how many refused Aminar's invitations. Corella did not hesitate. "I accept gratefully," she said. Aminar smiled. Once more it did not touch his eyes, bowed slightly to her, and clapped his hands. The 8th Satara bearing his ivory throne turned carefully and started up the trail. Corella rode after him, and Conan and Hordo quickly followed her. On the slopes of the narrow valley, the Satara kept alongside the bandits, moving over the slanted ground with lizard-like agility. Honor guard, Conan wondered, or simply guard? "How much of what he says do you believe?" Hordo said softly. Conan glanced at the throned man leading them. He had experience of the acuity of wizards' hearing. Aminar seemed to be ignoring them. "Not a word," he replied. "That Satara, did he call it, was headed here." The one-eyed man frowned. "If we turned suddenly, we could be free of his minions before they had aught but a crossbow shot or two at us." "Why?" Conan laughed softly. "We came for the pendants, and what else we might find. He takes us into his very keep, right to him." "I never thought of that," Hordo said, joining Conan's quiet laughter. Corella looked over her shoulder, her tilted green eyes unreadable. "Leave the thinking to me, old one," she said flatly. "That beard leeches your brain." An uncomfortable silence fell over them. 19. As the narrow, twisting gorge they had followed so long debouched into a broader valley, they saw the keep of Aminar. Ebon towers reared into the sky, their rounded sides seeming to absorb the afternoon sun. Black ramparts, crenellated and sprouting bartizans, grew from the stone of the mountain. A ramp led to the barbican, topped by troughs for pouring boiling oil on those who approached unwarily. Not even a thorn bush grew in the stony soil surrounding it all. Amanar gestured to the wide expanse of the valley below the fortress. Camp your men where you will. Then come you inside and I will speak with you. His spear was carried swiftly up the ramp, leaving the bandits milling at its foot. Find a spot for my hounds, Hordo, Corella said, dismounting and handing him her reins. Conan climbed down as well. Her green eyes sparkled dangerously. What do you think you're doing, Cimmerian? I'm not one of your hounds, he replied levelly. He started up the ramp, noting the guard positions on the walls. It would not be an easy place for a thief to enter. The Cimmerian tensed as running boots pounded up behind him. Corella eased her pace to a walk beside him, her heavy breathing coming more from anger, he suspected, than exertion. Conan, you don't know what you're doing here. You're out of your depth. I need to see what's inside, Corella. These walls could hold off an army. I may yet have to scale them in the night if we're to gain the pendants. Unless Amanar and his scaly henchmen have frightened you out of it. I haven't said that, have I? And I won't have you accusing me of cowardice. They stopped before the lowered portcullis. From behind the heavy iron bars, a Satara peered at them with red eyes that seemed to glow slightly in the shadows of the gateway. Two more stepped from the arched doorway of the barbarian, pikes in hand. We are expected by Amanar, Conan said. I am expected, Corella said. The Satara made a lifting gesture, and with a clanking of chain, the grating began to rise. Yes, it hissed. The master said the two of you would come. Follow me. Turning on its heel, it trotted into the dark recesses of the fortress. How did he know we'd both come, Corella said as they followed. I'm not the one out of my depth, Conan replied. Behind them, the portcullis creaked shut. The muscular Cimmerian found himself hoping it would be as easy to get out as it had been to get in. The granite-paved baileys of the fortress, the sable stone barracks and casemates, were as bleak as the exterior, but then the Satara led them through great iron-bound doors into the dungeon, a massive obsidian cube topped by the tallest tower of the keep. Conan found himself in a marble-walled hall with a floor mosaicked in rainbow arabesques. Silver sconces held golden dragon lamps, filling even the vaulted ceiling, carved with hippogriffs and unicorns with lambent radiance. He nodded to himself with satisfaction. If Amanar lit his entry hall with such, he had wealth enough and more for Conan's needs. There was still the matter of Velita, though, and his oath to free her. The Satara halted before tall doors of burnished brass, and knocked. The creature bent as if to listen. Then, though Conan heard nothing, swung one weighty door open. The music of flutes and harps drifted out as the creature bowed, making a gesture for them to enter. Conan strode in, Corella rushing so as not to seem to be following. He smiled at her, and she bared her teeth in return. Welcome, Amanar said. Sit, please. He sat in an ornately carved chair beside a low ebony table, fondling his golden staff. Two similar chairs were arranged on the other side of the table. The music came from four human musicians sitting cross-legged on cushions against the wall. They played softly, without looking at one another or raising their eyes from the floor. A woman appeared from behind a curtain with a silver tray, holding wine. Her gaze, too, never left the costly carpets that covered the floor as she set the tray on the table, bowed to Amanar, and scurried silently from the room. Amanar seemed not to notice her. His red-flecked eyes were on Corella. I didn't know you had any human servants, Conan said. He sat on the edge of his chair, careful to leave his sword free. Amanar swung his gaze to the Cimmerian, and Conan found himself hard-pressed not to look away. The scarlet flecks in the man's eyes tried to pull him into their inky depths. Conan gritted his teeth and stared back. Yes, Amanar said, I have a few. Worthless things, totally useless unless they're under my eye. At times I have thought I might be better off if I simply gave them all to the hillmen. He spoke loudly, not seeming to care whether the musicians heard, but they played on without missing a beat. Why don't you use Satara servants then? Conan asked. They have limits. Yes, definite limits. The man with the odd white streak through his hair suddenly rubbed his hands together. But come, let us drink. No one moved to take one of the crystal goblets. Do you yet distrust me? There was a touch of mocking in his voice. Then choose you any cup and I will drink from it. This is ridiculous. Corella suddenly burst out, reaching for the wine. Conan seized her wrist in an iron grip. A sip from all three in turn, he said quietly. Aminar shrugged. Release me, Corella said quietly, but her words quivered with suppressed rage. Conan loosed his hold. For a moment she rubbed her wrist. You formed a bad habit of manhandling me, she said, and reached again for the goblet. Aminar forestalled her by snatching the crystal cup from under her very fingers. As your friend still mistrusts. Swiftly he sipped from each of the three goblets. You see? He said, as he set the last one back on the silver tray. I do not die. Why should I bring you here to kill you when I could have had the Satara bury you beneath boulders in the valley where we met? With an angry glare at Conan, Corella grabbed a goblet and drank, throwing her head back. Conan picked up another slowly as Aminar took his. The fruity taste was a surprise. It was one of the heady wines of Aquilonia, costly so far from that western land. Besides, Aminar said quietly, why should I wish harm to Conan, the thief of Samaria, and Corella, the Red Hawk? A scream burst from Corella. Conan bounded to his feet with a roar, crystal cup falling to the carpet as he drew his broadsword. Aminar made no move except to sway toward Corella, standing with her jeweled tulwar in hand, her head turning wildly as if seeking attackers. The dark man's heavy-lidded eyes half closed, and he inhaled deeply as if breathing in her perfume. The musicians played on unconcerned, eyes never lifting. Yes, Aminar murmured, leaning back in his chair. He appeared surprised to see Conan's sword. Do you need that? There is only me, and I can hardly fight you with my staff. He extended the staff to tap Conan's blade. Put it away and sit. You're in no danger. I'll stand, Conan said grimly, until a few questions are answered. Conan was right, Corella whispered. You're a sorcerer. Aminar spread his hands. I am what some men call a sorcerer, yes. I prefer to think of myself as a seeker of wisdom, wanting to bring the world a better way. He seemed pleased with that. Yes, a better way. What do you want with us, she said, taking a firmer grip on her curved sword. Why did you bring us here? I have a proposal to make to you. Both of you. The mage fingered his golden staff and smiled. Corella hesitated, then abruptly sheathed her blade and sat down. Before I put my sword up, Conan said, tell me this. You know our names. What else do you know? Aminar seemed to consider before answering. Quite incidentally to discovering your names, I discovered that you seek 5 dancing girls and 5 pendants. Searching further told me these were stolen from the palace of King Tiridates of Zamora. Why you seek them, most particularly why you seek them in the Kazankian Mountains, I do not know, however. His smile was bland, and Conan could see doubt spreading on Corella's face. So much had already been revealed that the Sumerian decided it could do little further harm to reveal a trifle more. We came because the women and the gems were taken by Satara. He bridled at Aminar's answering laugh. Forgive me, Conan of Samaria, but the mere thought that Sitara could enter Shadazar is ludicrous. The city guard would kill them at sight before they as much as reached the gates. Besides, my muscular friend, the Sitara never leave the mountains. Never. Conan answered in a flat voice. Those who entered Tiridates' palace wore the boots the Sitara wear. The boots worked with a serpent. Aminar's laughter cut off abruptly, and his eyes lidded. Conan had the sudden impression of being regarded by a viper. The boots, the sorcerer said at last, are often taken by hillmen when they strip the Sitara they have killed. I should imagine a caravan guard who killed a hillman during an attack and found a good pair of boots on him might take them. Who can say how far a pair of those boots might travel, or how many might be worn outside the mountains? His voice was reasonable in the extreme, if devoid of color, but his black eyes challenged Conan to reject the explanation if he dared. The only sound in the room came from the musicians. Corella abruptly broke the impasse. Hanuman's stones, Conan. Would he have mentioned the gems in the first place if he had them? The young Sumerian was suddenly aware of how foolish he must look. The musicians played their flutes and harps. Corella had retrieved her goblet from the carpet and poured more wine. Aminar sat with the long fingers of one hand casually caressing his golden staff. In the midst of this peaceful scene, Conan stood sword in hand, balanced to fight on the instant. Crom, he muttered, and slammed his blade into its sheath. He resumed his chair, ostentatiously sprawling back. You spoke of a proposal, Aminar, he said sharply. The mage nodded. I offer you both haven. When the city watch searches too diligently for Conan the thief, when the army of Zamora presses too hard against the Red Hawk, let them come here, where the hillmen keep the army away, and my fortress grants safety from the hillmen. From the kindness of your heart, Conan grunted. Corella gave him a pointed look. What would you require in return, Aminar? We have neither knowledge nor skills to be of use to a sorcerer. On the contrary, the mage replied. The Red Hawk's fame is known from the Vilayet Sea to the Carpathian Mountains and beyond. It is said that she would march her band into Gehenna if she gave her word to do so, and that her rogues would follow. Conan is a thief of great skill, I am sure. From time to time, I would ask you to perform certain commissions for me. He smiled expansively. There would, of course, be payment in gold, and I would in no way interfere with your, professions. Corella grinned wolfishly. The caravan route to Sultanapur lies less than half a day to the south, does it not? It does. Aminar laughed quietly. And I'll not object if you should do business there. I may even have some for you myself. But make not your decision now. Rest, eat, and drink. Tomorrow will be time enough for the next day. He got to his feet, gesturing like a gracious host. Come, let me show you my keep. Corella rose with alacrity. Yes, I'd like very much to see it. Conan remained where he was. You may keep your sword, the mage said derisively, if you yet feel the need of protection. Conan sprang angrily to his feet. Lead on, sorcerer. Aminar looked at him searchingly, and the Sumerian suddenly thought that he and Corella had been placed on the two ends of a merchant's balance scale. Finally, the necromancer nodded, and, using his golden rod as a walking staff, led them from the room. The musicians played on. First, the red-robed mage took them to the heights of the outer curtain wall, its sheer scarp dropping 50 feet to the mountain slope. Pike-bearing Sitara sentries in chain-mail hauberks fell to their knees at Aminar's approach, but he did not deign to acknowledge the obeisance. From thence they went to the ebon parapet of the inner rampart, where Satara crossbowmen and bartizans could cut down any who managed to gain the outer wall. From the banquette, catapults could hurl great stones. Atop the towers of the inner wall were ballistae, the arrows of which, as long as a man, could pierce through horse and rider together on the valley floor. Massive blocks of pitch-black stone had been piled to build barracks where dwelt Satara in their hundreds. The scaled ones knelt for the mage, and followed Conan and Corella with hungering, rubiate eyes. In the dungeon itself, Aminar led them through floor after floor of many columned rooms, hung with cloth of gold and costly tapestries. Rare carpets covered mosaicked floors, and bore furnishings inlaid with nacreous mother-of-pearl and deep blue lapis lazuli. Carven bowls of jasper and amber from the far Kitai, great golden vases from Vendia, set with glittering rubies and sapphires, silver ornaments adorned with golden chrysoberyl and crimson carnelian, all were scattered in profusion as if they were the merest of trinkets. Human servants were few, and none that the Cimmerian saw ever raised his or her eyes from the floor as they sped by on their tasks. Aminar paid them less heed even than he did the Satara. On the ground level of the dungeon, as Aminar began to lead them to the door, Conan noticed an archway, its plain stonework at odds with the ornateness of all else they had seen within. The passage beyond seemed to slope down, leading back toward the mountain. Conan nodded toward it. "That leads to your dungeons?" "No," Aminar said sharply. The black-eyed mage recovered his smile with an obvious effort. "That leads to the chambers where I carry out my researches. None but myself may enter there." The smile remained, but the eyes with the strange red flecks became flat and dangerous. "There are wards set which would be most deadly to one who made the attempt." Corella laughed awkwardly. "I, for one, have no interest in seeing a magician's chambers." Aminar shifted his dark gaze to the red-haired woman. "Perhaps someday I will take you down that passage. But not for a time yet, I think. Sitha will show you out." Conan had to control a desire to reach for his sword as a Satara fully as large as he suddenly stepped from a side passage. He wondered if the mage had some means of communicating with his servants without words. Such a thing could be dangerous to a thief. The big Satara gestured with a long, claw-tipped hand. "This way," it hissed. There was no subservience in its manner toward them, but rather a touch of arrogance in those red eyes. Conan could feel the eyes of the sorcerer on his back as he followed the dark-eyed man's minion. At the portcullis, Sitha gestured without speaking for the heavy iron grate to be raised. From within the barbican came the creak of the windlass. Clanking chains pulled the grate to chest height on Corella. Sitha gestured abruptly, and the creak of the windlass eased. The Satara's fanged mouth cracked in a mocking smile as it gestured for them to go. "Do you not realize we are your master's guests?" Corella demanded hotly. Conan grabbed her arm in his huge hand and pulled her protesting under the grate after him. It began to clank down at the very instant they were clear. "Let's just be thankful to be out," Conan said, starting down the ramp. He saw Hordo waiting at the foot of it. Corella strode angrily beside him, rubbing her arm. "You muscle-bound oaf. I'll not take much more of this from you. I intend to see that Aminar punishes that big lizard. These Satara must learn their proper respect for us, else my hounds will constantly be goaded into fighting them. I might even carve that Sitha myself." Conan looked at her in surprise. "You intend to accept this offer? The Red Hawk will wear the sorcerer's jesses and stoop at his command? Have you no eyes, Conan? 500 of the scaled ones he commands, perhaps more. My hounds could not take this keep were they 10 times their number, and I will not waste them against its walls in vain. On the other hand, If all the gold that you and I and all my pack have ever seen in our lives were heaped in one pile, it would not equal the 100th part of what I saw within. I've seen a lot of gold, Conan snorted. How much of it stuck to my fingers and how much of this wood is another matter. This Aminar prates of a better way for mankind, but I've never met a sorcerer who did not tread a black path. Think you what he will ask you to do for his payment? A safe haven, she snapped back, close to the caravan route. No longer will I need to send my men off to hide as caravan guards when the army hunts us too closely. No longer must I play the fortune teller while I wait to rejoin them. These things are worth much to me. The Sumerian snarled deep in his throat. They mean naught to me. The desert is haven enough. I came here to steal 5 pendants, not to serve a practitioner of the black arts. They reached the bottom of the ramp, and Hordo looked from one to the other of them. You two arguing again? The one-eyed man growled. What had this Aminar to say? The two ignored him, squaring off at one another. Corella bit off her words. He does not have the pendants. Remember, it was he who first mentioned them, and I saw no more than a handful of women among his servants, not one of whom looked to be your dancing girl. You talked of the pendants, Hordo said incredulously. Conan spared the bearded bandit not a glance. You believe the man? A sorcerer? He'd have us think the mountains filled with tribes of Satara, whole nations of them. But that wounded one we followed was coming here. He knows of the pendants because his minions stole them. Sorcerer? Hordo gasped. The man's a sorcerer? Corella's green eyes flashed to the one-eyed man, the blaze in them so fierce that he took a step back. Show me where you've camped my hounds, she snapped. I'll see they're bedded properly. She stalked away without waiting for a reply. Hordo blinked at Conan. I'd best go after her. She's going the wrong way. We'll talk later. He darted after the red-haired woman. Conan turned to look back up at the fortress. Dimly, through the grate of the portcullis, he could make out a shape. A Satara watching in. Though he could distinguish no more than it was there, he knew it was Sitha. Fixing what he could remember of the keep's interior in his head, he went in search of the others. 20. A gibbous moon crept slowly over the valley of the keep of Aminar, while purple twilight yielded to the blackness of full night. And blackness it was, except about the fires, where the bandits huddled well away from the keep, for the pale light of the moon seemed not to enter that maleficent veil. I've never seen a night like this, Hordo grumbled, tipping a stone jar of kill to his mouth. Conan squatted across the fire from the one-eyed brigand. It was a larger blaze than he would have built, but Hordo, as well as the others, appeared to be trying to keep the night at bay. It is the place, and the man, the Sumerian said, not the night. His eyes followed Corella for a moment, where she moved among the other fires, stopping at each for a word and a swallow of kill, and a laugh that more often than not sounded strained on the part of the men. She had decked herself in her finest, golden breastplates, emerald girdle, a crimson cape of silk, and her scarlet thigh boots. Conan wondered whether her attire was for the benefit of the others, or if she too felt the oppression of the darkness that pressed against their fires. Hordo scrubbed his mouth with the back of his hand and tossed another dried dung chip on the fire. A sorcerer. To think we would ever serve such. She won't let me tell them, you know. That this Aminar's a mage, I mean. He added yet another chip to the blaze. Conan edged back from the heat. Soon or late, they'll find out. He checked the position of the moon, then laughed to himself. In that valley there might as well be no moon and sky full of rain clouds. A good night for a thief. More kills, Sumerian? No? More for me, then. The one-eyed man turned the stone jar up and did not lower it until it was dry. It'd take vats of this to comfort my bones this night. A mage. Avarius darts his eyes like a ferret. He'll bolt the first chance he sees. And Talbor says openly he'd ride out on the instant could he find 2 coppers to steal. Why wait for the coppers? Conan asked. You like this thing as little as Avarius or Talbor. Why not ride out on the morrow? It was in his mind that by dawn Aminar might not be so friendly toward the bandits. You can persuade her if anyone can. I think a night like this would be halfway to convincing her for you. You do not know her, Porto muttered, avoiding the Cimmerian's blue-eyed gaze. Once a thing is in her mind to do, she does it, and there's an end to it. And what she does, I do. He did not sound particularly happy about that last. I think I'll take a walk, Conan said, rising. Porto's lone eye stared at him incredulously. A walk? And it's black as Ahriman's heart out there. And it's hot as the gates of Gehenna here, Conan laughed. If you build that fire any higher, you'll melt. He walked into the night before the other man could say more. Once away from the pool of light cast by the fires, not far in that strange, malevolent night, he stopped to let his eyes adjust as best they could. By touch, he checked the Carpathian dagger on his left forearm and slung his sword across his back. He had no rope or grapple, but he did not think he would need either. After a time, he realized that he could see in a fashion. The full moon, glowing blue-green in the sky, should have lit the night brightly. The thin, attenuated light that in truth existed flickered unnaturally. Objects could only be detected by gradations of blackness, and in that dark lambence all appeared to quiver and move. Quickly he started toward the fortress, fighting back a string of oaths as rocks turned beneath his feet on the slope and boulders loomed out of the black, often to be detected first by his outstretched hands. Then the wall of the keep reared before him, as if the black of the night had been concentrated and solidified. The gargantuan stones of that wall seemed to form an unbroken vertical plane, yet were there finger and toe holes to be found by a man who knew where to look. Conan moved up that sheer escarpment, heedless of the infinite darkness beneath him, and the rocks that would dash his life out if his grasp slipped. Short of the top of the wall, he stopped, clinging like a fly, massive body flattened tightly against the ebon stone. Above him, the Satara sentry's boots grated closer and passed. In an instant, he scrambled through the embrasure, across the parapet, and let himself down over the inner edge. The climb down into the other bailey was easier, for that side of the wall had not been designed with the intent of stopping anyone from scaling it. His feet found the paving stones, and he squatted against the wall to get his bearings. Scattered lamps, brass serpents with wicks burning in their mouths, cast occasional pools of light within the fortress. The heavy iron-strapped gates letting into the inner bailey stood open and apparently unguarded. But that would be a dangerous assumption to make. He was choosing a spot to scale the inner rampart when a movement caught his eye. From the shadows to his left down the wall, a man darted across the bailey. As he passed through the meager light cast by a serpent lamp, Conan recognized Talbor. So the man was not waiting to find his 2 coppers to steal. The Cimmerian only hoped the other raised no alarm to make his own task more difficult. Talbor ran straight to the open gate into the inner bailey and passed through. Conan forced himself to wait. If Talbor was taken, it would be no time for him to be halfway up the inner wall. No alarm was raised. Still he waited, and still there was no sound. The Cimmerian uncoiled from his crouch and walked across the bailey, carefully avoiding the sparse pools of light from the serpent lamps. If glimpsed, he would be no more than another moving shadow, and it was rapid motion that drew the eye at night. He slowed, examining the gateway carefully. The guard post was empty. He went through the gate at the same slow walk and crossed the inner bailey. From the walls behind, he could hear the tread of sentries' boots, their pace unchanging. As he approached the huge cube of the dungeon, he chose his entry point. Best, because highest, would have been the single black tower that rose into the darkness at one corner. But he had seen in the daylight that whatever mason had constructed it had been a master. He had been able to detect no slightest crack between the carefully fitted stones. It reminded him uncomfortably of the elephant tower of the necromancer Yara, though that had glittered even in the dark where this seemed one with the night. The walls of the dungeon itself presented no such problem, though, and he quickly found himself squeezing with difficulty through an overly broad arrow slit on the top level. Once inside, he swiftly drew his sword. A single oil lamp on the wall was lit. He began to examine his surroundings. The purpose of the room he could not fathom. Its only furnishing, other than tapestries on the walls, seemed to be a single high-backed chair of carved ivory set before a game board. 100 squares of alternating colors set in the floor. Pieces in the shapes of bizarre animals, each as high as his knee, were scattered about the board. He hefted one and grunted in surprise. He had thought it gilded, but from its weight it had to be of solid gold. Could he depart with 2 or 3 of those, he would have no need of the pendants. Even one might do. Regretfully, he set the piece, a snarling winged ape creature, back on the board. He must yet find Velita, and to attempt to do so burdened with that weight would be madness. With great care, he cracked the door. The marble-walled hall was brightly lit by silver lamps, and empty. He slipped out. As he moved along that corridor, its floor red and white marble lozenges in an intricate pattern, he realized that he moved through a strange silence. He had entered many great houses and palaces in the dead of night, and always there was some sound, however slight. Now he could have moved through a tomb in which no thing breathed. Indeed, as he cautiously examined room after room, he saw no living thing. No Satara, no human servant, no Velita. He hurried his pace and went down curving alabaster stairs to the next floor. Through 2 more floors he searched, and the opulence he saw paled the golden figures to insignificance. A silver statue of a woman with sapphire for eyes, rubies for nipples, and pearls for the nails of her fingers. A table encrusted with diamonds and emeralds, till it cast back the light of silver lamps 100-fold. A golden throne set with a king's ransom in black opals. And then he was peering into a room, plain beside the others for merely being paneled in amber and ivory, peering at a pair of rounded female buttocks. Their owner knelt, naked, with her back to the door and her face pressed to the floor. The muscular youth found himself smiling at the view, and sternly drew his mind back to the matter at hand. She was the first living soul he had seen, and human rather than Satara. One quick stride took him to the bent form. A big hand clasped over her mouth lifted her from the floor, and he was staring into Velita's large, liquid brown eyes. "Come, girl," he said, loosing his hold. "I was beginning to think I'd never find you." She threw her arms around him, pressing her soft breasts against his broad chest. "Conan, you did come. I never really believed, though I hoped and prayed. But it's too late. You must go away before Aminar returns." A shudder went through her slim form as she said the name. "I swore to free you, didn't I?" he said gruffly. "Why are you kneeling here like this? I've seen no one else at all, neither Satara nor human. Satara are not allowed in the dungeon when Aminar isn't here, and humans are locked in their quarters unless he desires them." She tilted her head up, and her voice dropped to a whisper. "I didn't betray you, Conan. Not even when Sitha whipped me. I would not tell Aminar who you are." "It's over, Velita," he said. She seemed not to hear. Tears trembled on her long lashes. He became enraged. "For my punishment several times a day, without warning, I am commanded to come to this room and kneel until I am told to leave. When I hear footsteps, I never know if I am to be sent back to my mat, or if it is Aminar. Sometimes he merely stands, listening to me weep, for making me fear him so, and I hate myself for weeping, but I can't help it. Sometimes he beats me while I kneel, and if I move, the punishment begins again. I'll kill him, Conan vowed grimly. This I swear to you on pain of my life. Come, we'll find the pendants, and I'll take you away this night. The blithesome naked girl shook her small head firmly. I cannot go, Conan. I am spell-caught. Spell-caught, yes. Once I tried to escape, and my feet carried me to Amanar. Against my will, I found myself telling him what I intended. Another time I tried to kill myself, but when the dagger point touched my breast, my arms became like iron. I could not move them, even to set the knife down. When they found me, Amanar made me beg before he would free me. There must be a way. I could carry you away. But he saw the flaw in that, even as she laughed sadly. Am I to remain bound the rest of my life for fear of returning to his place? I don't know why I even tried to take my life, she sighed heavily. I'm sure Amanar will kill me soon. Only Sousa and I remain. The others have disappeared. The big Sumerian nodded. Mages are not easily killed. This I know for truth. But once dead, their spells die with them. Amanar's death will free you. Best you take the pendants and go, she said. I can tell you where they are. 4 are in the jeweled casket. In a room I can show you. The 5th, the one I wore, is in the chamber where he works his magics. She frowned and shook her head. The others he tossed aside like offal. That one he wrapped in silk and laid in a crystal coffer. The memory of the stone came back to Conan. A black oval the length of his finger joint with red flecks that danced within. Suddenly he seized Velita's arm so hard that she cried out. His eyes, he said urgently. That stone is like his eyes. In some way it is linked to him. He'll free you rather than have it destroyed. We'll go down to his thaumaturgical chamber. Down! His chamber is on the top of the tower above us. Please release me, Conan. My arms are growing numb. Hastily, he loosed his grip. Then what lies at the end of that passage that seems to lead into the mountain? I know not, she replied, save that all are forbidden to enter it. His chamber is where I said. I've been taken to him there, but the gods have made him like Tiridates, she added bitterly, a lover of boys. Then we'll go up to his chamber, Conan said. She shook her head once more. What's the matter now, he asked. There is a spell on the stairway in the tower whenever he is out of the dungeon. Truly, he trusts no one, Conan. One of the human servants climbed that stair while Amanar was gone to meet you. She shivered and buried her face against his chest. He screamed forever, it seemed, and none could get close even to end his misery. He smoothed her hair awkwardly with a big hand. Then I must enter the dungeon when he is here. But if he isn't here now, Velita, where is he? Why, in your camp of bandits. I heard him say that the night might affright them, so he has taken them rare wines and costly viands for a feasting. Conan raised his hand helplessly. It seemed the gods conspired against him at every turn. Velita, I must go back to the camp. If he suspects I'm here, I know, she said quietly. I knew from the first you could not take me with you. Does not my standing here tell you my oath-sworn word is good? I will see Amanar dead and you free. No, she cried. Amanar is too powerful. You'll die to no purpose. I release you from your oath, Conan. Leave these mountains and forget that I exist. You cannot release me from an oath sworn before gods, he said calmly. And I will not release myself from one sworn on my life. Then you will die. Yet I do pray that somehow you will find a way. Please go now, Conan. I must await Amanar's return, and I don't want you to see me. The slender girl's head dropped, and her shoulders quivered with sobs. I swear, Conan grated. Almost wishing to find himself face to face with the sorcerer, he strode from the room. 21. As Conan approached the bandit camp, he was struck with the sounds of raucous laughter and drunken off-key singing. Stumbling into the light, he stared in amazement. The brigands were in full carouse. Hook-nosed Reza squatted with a whole roast in his hands, tearing at it with his teeth. Avarius staggered past, head tilted back and a crystal flagon upturned. Half the wine spilled down his chest, but the weasel-faced man laughed and tossed the costly vessel to shatter against the rocky ground. Ordo swung his tulwar in one hand, a golden goblet in the other, roaring an obscene song at the moon. Every man sang or laughed, ate or drank, as was his wont and his mood, belching and wiping greasy fingers on his robes, gulping down costly Aquilonian wines like the cheapest tavern swill. Through the midst of the revelry, Corella and Aminar approached Conan. She held a crystal goblet like a lady of high degree, but there was a stagger to her walk, and the mage had his long arm about her slim shoulder. Aminar had pushed back her scarlet cape so that his elongated fingers caressed her silken flesh in a possessive manner. Remembering Velita, Conan was both disgusted and offended, but he knew he must yet control his temper until the pendant was in his grasp. "We wondered where you were," the red-haired woman said. "Look at this feast Aminar has brought us. This has cured the fit of sulking that had taken my hounds." Aminar's dark eyes were unreadable. "There is little to see even in daylight, Conan of Samaria, and few men care to wander here in the night. What did you find to interest you in the darkness?" "They built the fires too hot for my northern blood," Conan replied. He eyed the way those long fingers kneaded Corella's shoulder. "That's a shoulder, mage," he said with more heat than he had intended. "Not a lot of bread dough." Corella looked startled, and Aminar laughed. "The hot blood of youth. Just how old are you, Sumerian?" He did not remove his hand. "Not yet 19, Conan said proudly, but he was saddened to see the change in Corella's eyes. He had seen the same in other women's eyes, women who thought a man needed a certain number of years to be a man. "Not yet 19, Aminar choked on his own laughter. "Practically a beardless youth for all his muscles. The Red Hawk, the great robber of caravans, has robbed a cradle." She shrugged off the mage's arm, her tilted green eyes glowing dangerously. "A barbar boy," she muttered. Then in a louder voice, "I have considered your offer, Aminar. I accept." "Excellent," the sorcerer said with a satisfied smile. He rubbed the side of his long face with the golden staff and regarded Conan. "And you, young Sumerian who likes to wander in the dark, despite your youth, my offer to you yet holds, for I think there must be skill in those massive shoulders." Conan managed to force a smile onto his lips. "I need to think longer. In a day or two, as you first spoke of, I will give you my answer." Aminar nodded. "Very well, Sumerian. In a day or two, we shall see what your future will be." His red-flecked eyes turned to Corella with a caressing gaze that made Conan's flesh crawl. "You, my dear Corella, must come to the keep on the morrow. Without the young Sumerian, of course, as he has not yet made up his mind. We must have a number of long, private discussions concerning my plans for you." Conan longed to smash his fist into that dark face, but instead he said, "Perhaps you'll speak of some of those plans to us all. Knowing what they are might help me decide, and some of these others as well." Corella's head had been turning between the two men with a comparing gaze, but at that she jerked rigidly erect. "My hounds go where I command, Sumerian." A sudden silence fell, laughter and song all dying away. Conan looked around for the cause, and found Sitha standing at the edge of the light, clutching a great double-bladed battle-axe across its broad chest. Red eyes glowed faintly as it surveyed the men around the fires, and they shifted uneasily, some loosening their weapons in their scabbards. The Sitara's lipless mouth curled back from its fangs in what might have been meant for a smile or a sneer. "Sitha," Aminar said sharply. Looking neither to left nor right, the Sitara strode through the camp to kneel at Aminar's feet. At an impatient gesture, Sitha rose and leaned close to whisper in its master's ear. Conan could catch no sound of what was said, nor read anything on the mage's dark face, but Aminar's knuckles grew white on his golden staff, telling Conan the man found the news displeasing. Talbor, Conan thought. Aminar gestured for his minion to be silent. "I must leave you," the mage said to Corella. "A matter requires my attention." "Not trouble, I hope," she said. "A small matter," Aminar replied, but his mouth was tight behind his close-cropped beard. "I will see you on the morrow, then. Rest well." He turned his attention to Conan. "Think well on your decision, Cimmerian. There are worse things than what I offer. Sitha." The sorcerer strode from the camp, his Sitara minion at his heels. With the departure of the scaled creature, the noise level of the camp began to rise again quickly. Ordo staggered up to Conan and Corella. "I do not like those things," the one-eyed brigand said unsteadily. He still held his bared tulwar and the now empty golden goblet, and he swayed as he spoke. "When are we to leave this accursed valley and be about what we know? When are we for the caravan routes?" "You're drunk, my old hound," Corella said affectionately. "Find yourself a place to sleep it off, and we'll talk in the morning." "I entered the keep tonight," Conan said quietly. Corella's green eyes locked with his sapphire gaze. "Fool," she hissed. Ordo stared with his mouth open. "He has the pendants," the Cimmerian went on, "and the women. At least he has 2 of the women. The other 3 have disappeared. It's my belief he killed them." "Killed slave girls?" Ordo said, scandalized. "What sort of man does a thing like that?" "Even a sorcerer." "Keep your voice down," Corella snapped. "I told you not to bandy that word about until I gave you leave. And you, Conan, what's this nonsense you're babbling? If the women are gone, likely he sold them. Or was your precious Velita one of them?" "She was not," Conan growled back. "And why should she still raise your hackles? You know there's nothing between us. There seems to be quite a bit between you and Aminar from the way he was fondling you." "No," Ordo protested, putting a hand on her shoulder. "Not Aminar. Not with you. I'll admit I thought better of you taking Conan to your bed, but..." Face flaming, Corella cut him off sharply. "Be silent, you old fool. What I do and with whom is my business." Her eyes flung green daggers at Conan, and she stalked away, snatching a flask from Avarius as she passed him. Ordo shook his massive head. "Why did you not speak, Conan? Why did you not stop her?" "She's a free woman," Conan said coldly. His pride was still pricked by the way she had accepted Aminar's arm about her. "I have no claim on her. Why didn't you stop her?" "I'm too old to have my liver sliced out," Ordo snorted. "Your Velita was truly in the keep, then? I wonder you didn't take her, hand the pendants, and ride from this place." He swept his curved sword in an arc that took in all the dark outside the firelight. "She's spell-caught," Conan sighed, and told him how he had found Velita and what she had said. "So he lied to us," the bearded man said when Conan finished. "And if about the pendants and the women, about what else?" "About everything. I had thought to tell her about what he's done with Velita, to show him for the man he is. But now I think she'd believe I made it up. And likely tell Aminar about it, to amuse him with your jealousy. Or what she'd see as jealousy, he added quickly as the big Sumerian youth glared at him. What am I to do, Conan? Even now I cannot abandon her. Conan lifted his broadsword an inch free of its sheath and slammed it back again. Keep your sword sharp and your eye open. His steely gaze took in the motley rogues sprawled drunkenly around the fires. And have these hounds of hers ready to move at an instant, without letting her or Aminar discover it, of course. You don't ask much, do you, Sumerian? What are you going to do? Conan peered through the darkness toward the fortress before answering. Even in that overpowering blackness, those massive walls seemed blacker still. Kill Aminar, free Velita, steal the pendants, and return to Shadazar, of course. Trifles like that. Trifles like that, Ordo groaned. I need another drink. So do I, Conan said softly. The night weighed heavily on his broad shoulders. This valley would be a poor place to die. 22. The strange darkness lingered in the valley, resisting morning and fading to a gray dawn only after the blood-red sun stood well above the mountain tops. It was mid-morning before full daylight came, but Conan alone noticed in the bandit camp, for the others lay sprawled in drunken stupors. As the sun at last sucked the last senescence from the valley air, the Sumerian made his way to the spring that bubbled from a cleft not far from the camp. Scooping water in his cupped hands, he drank and made a disgusted sound in his throat. Though cold, the water was flat and lifeless, like everything else in the barren and foreboding rift. He contented himself with splashing it on his face and settled to observe the valley. On the battlements of the keep, Satara moved, but nothing else stirred except vultures making slow circles in the distance. Conan wondered grimly how Velita had fared at Aminar's return. The sorcerer seemed not to know how far Conan's nocturnal peregrinations had taken him. At least there was no sign of alarm, no squads of Satara sent for him. But that spoke not at all to her faring. Tonight, the muscular youth vowed. Avarius, tottering up to fall on his knees beside the spring, glanced incuriously at him. The man's usual hostility seemed momentarily expelled by wine fumes. The weasel-faced bandit dashed a few handfuls of water over his head and staggered away to be replaced by Hordo, who threw himself at full length by the spring and plunged his head into the pool. Just as Conan was about to go over and pull him out, the one-eyed man lifted his head and peered at the Sumerian through dripping hair and beard. Has this water no taste? He mumbled. Or did my tongue die last night? Both, Conan chuckled. Hordo groaned and lowered his head once more to the water, but this time only far enough to drink. Have you seen Talbor this morning, Hordo? I've seen nothing this morning but the insides of my own eyelids. Let me decide in peace whether I desire to live or not. Talbor was inside the fortress last night when I was. Hordo lifted himself on his elbows, flipping water at his face with spatulate fingers. Such a thing to tell a man with my head. Do you think that's why Aminar was summoned to the keep? Conan nodded. Talbor's not in the camp. I checked at first light. He could have stolen what he wanted, taken a horse, and be halfway out of the Kazankians by now, the other man protested. He's not as particular as you. He'd not insist on Tiridates' play pretties, and a dancing girl besides. You could be right, Conan said flatly. I know, Hordo sighed. I don't believe it either. So is he dead, or is he in the sorcerer's dungeon? And what do we tell her? We wait to see what Aminar tells her. The Satara outnumber us at least 20 to 1, and those are odds I bet small coins on. He got to his feet as Sitha appeared at the portcullis and came down the black granite ramp. The tall Satara carried neither axe nor sword that Conan could see. It reached the bottom of the incline and set off at a brisk pace across the gray, boulder-strewn valley floor toward the bandit camp. Conan started down the rocky slope to meet it, and Hordo scrambled to his feet to follow. When Conan walked into the camp, the scaled creature was the center of a ring of brigands. No weapons were in hand, he was relieved to see, but the human eyes there were far from friendly. And who could say of Sithas? Hordo pushed past Conan to confront the Sitara. "What's this, then? Does your master send a message for us?" "I come for myself," Sitha hissed. It stood half a head taller than the burly, one-eyed bandit, taller even than Conan. And if there was no expression in those sanguine eyes, there was certainly contempt in the sibilant voice. A padded gambeson and chainmail hauberk covered it to the knees, but it wore no helmet. "I am Sitha, warden of the Sitara, and I come to pit myself against you." Avarius, behind Conan, laughed uneasily. Without so much as a dagger, Sitha bared its fangs. "My master would not be pleased, and I slew you. We will pit strength at the stones." "Stones?" Hordo said. "What stones?" The Sitara spun on its booted heel, motioning for them to follow. In a muttering file, they did, down the valley, away from the keep, to a spot where boulders had been arranged to form a rough circle 100 paces across. The ground between had been smoothed and leveled, and in the center of the circle lay 2 rough spheres of dark granite. Conan estimated the smaller at twice the weight of a man, the larger at half again as much. "Lift one of the stones," Sitha said. "Any one of you." It flashed bare fangs again, briefly. "Any 2 of you." "Hordo!" someone called. "Hordo's strongest!" Avarius eyed the stones, then Corella's one-eyed lieutenant. "Who'll wager?" he cried, his narrow face taking on a malicious smile. "Who thinks old Hordo can lift the small stone?" "Old Hordo, is it?" Hordo spat. He bent to the lesser of the huge stones as a babbling knot formed around Avarius to get their wagers marked. The burly man threw his arms about the stone, fitting his hands carefully to the undercurves, and heaved. The scar running from under his eye patch whitened with strain, and his eye bulged. The round stone stirred. Abruptly, his hand slipped, and he staggered back with an oath. "Mitra," the one-eyed brigand panted. "There's no way to get a good grip on the accursed thing." Shortly, Avarius collected his winnings. "Your strongest cannot lift it," Sitha hissed. "Can 2 of you do it? Let any 2 try." His scathing glance took in Conan, but the Cimmerian said nothing. Reza and another hawk-nosed Iranistani named Banadur pushed forward. Avarius began again to hawk his wagering. Those who had lost the first time were now quickest to press their coins at him. Reza and Banadur conferred a moment, dark heads together, then squatted, one on either side of the stone. Pressing their forearms in under the lower curve of the stone sphere, each grasped the other's upper arm. Their closeness to the stone forced them into spraddle-legged stances. For a moment they rocked back and forth, counting together, then suddenly tried to heave themselves erect. Veins popped forth on their foreheads. The stone lifted, a finger breadth, a hand width. Banadur cried out, and in an instant the stone had forced their arms apart, torn loose their grips, and thumped to the ground. Banadur fell back, clutching himself. Arguments broke out as to whether the 2 had lifted the stone far enough or not. "This," Sitha's shout riveted the bandits, drying their arguments in mid-word. "This I mean by lifting the stone." The Sitara bent over the large granite ball, locked its arms about it, and straightened as easily as if it had been a pebble. Gasps broke from the bandits as it started toward them. They parted before it, 5 paces. 10. Sitha let the stone fall with a crash and turned back to the dumbstruck men. That I mean by lifting. Peals of hissing laughter broke between its fangs. I'll have a try, Conan said. The Sitara's laughter slowed and stopped. Red eyes regarded Conan with open contempt. You human. Will you try to carry the stone back to its place, then? No, the young Sumerian said, and bent to the larger stone. 2 to 1, he fails, Avarius cried. 3 to 1. Men eyed Conan's massive chested shoulders, weighed the odds, and crowded around the weasel-faced man. Conan squatted low to get his arms below the largest part of the big stone. As his fingers felt for purchase on the rough sphere, he found Sitha's frowning gaze on him. With a sudden roar, the big Sumerian heaved. His mighty thews corded, and his joints popped with the strain. The muscles of his broad back stood out in stark relief, and his massive arms nodded. Slowly, he straightened, every fiber quivering as he came fully erect. His eyes met Sitha's once more, and snarling, the Sitara took a backward step. With great effort, Conan stepped forward, back bowed under the strain. He took another step. Conan, someone said softly, and another voice repeated louder, Conan! Teeth bared by lips drawn back in a rictus of effort, Conan went forward. Now his eyes were locked on the stone Sitha had carried. 2 more voices took up the cry. Conan! 5 more. Conan! 10. Conan! The shouts were flung back from the mountain slopes as a score of throats hurled forth their chant with his every step. Conan! 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 He came level with the other stone, took 1 step more, and let the great sphere fall with a thunderous thud that every man there felt in his feet. Conan's shoulder joints creaked as he straightened, looking at Sitha. Will you try to take my stone back? Cheering bandits darted between a glowering Avarius, parting with all his former winnings and more, and Conan, some clasping his hand, others merely wanting to touch his arm. Sitha's hands twitched in front of its chest, as if clutching for the thick haft of a battle axe. Of a sudden, the bronzen tones of a great gong broke from the fortress and echoed down the valley. Sitha whirled at the first tone and broke into a run for the Black Keep. The gong pealed forth again, and again, its hollow resonance rolling against the mountains. Atop the ebon ramparts of the keep, Sitara ran. An attack, Hordo said, bewildered. The bandits crowded in close behind the one-eyed man, their exuberance of moments before already dissipated. Some had drawn their swords. Conan shook his head. The portcullis is open, and I see no one near the ballistae or catapults. Whatever's happening, though, he let his words trail off as Corella galloped up to face them, one fist on a scarlet thigh boot. Are the lot of you responsible for this, she demanded. I heard all of you bellowing like oxen in a mire. Then this infernal gong began. As she spoke, the tolling ceased, though the ghost of it seemed yet to hang in the air. We know no more than you, Hordo replied. I'll find out what's happening, she said. Corella, Conan said, do you not think it's best to wait? Her green eyes raked him scornfully, and without a word she spun her horse and galloped toward the fortress. The big black's hooves rang on the black granite of the ramp, and after a moment's delay she was admitted. Minutes later the portcullis opened once more. Sitha's massive form, helmeted and bearing the great battle-axe, galloped through the gate, followed by paired columns of mounted Sitara. Conan counted lances as they streamed down the incline and pounded across the valley toward a gorge leading north. 300, the Sumerian said after the last Sitara had disappeared. More wayfarers, do you think? So long as it's not us, Hordo replied. Slowly, the bandits returned to the cold ashes of their campfires, breaking into 2s and 3s to cast lots or dice, Avarius began maneuvering 3 clay cups and a pebble atop a flat rock, trying to entice back some of the silver he had lost. Conan settled with his back to a tilted needle of stone, where he could watch both the keep and the gorge into which Sitha had led the Satara. The day stretched long and flat, and except when Hordo brought him meat and cheese and a leather flagon of thin wine, Conan did not change his position. As the sanguinary sun sank on the western mountain peaks, the Satara returned, galloping from the same knife-sharp slash in the valley by which they had left. "No casualties," Hordo said, coming up beside Conan as the Satara appeared. Conan, once more counting lances, nodded. But they took something. 20 riderless horses were roped together in the middle of the column, each bearing a long bundle strapped across it. A spark of light in the east caught the Cimmerian's eye, a momentary glitter that flashed against the shadows of mountains already caught in twilight, and was gone. It flashed again. Frowning, he studied the slopes around the valley. High above them, to the north, another spark flared and was gone. "Think you Aminar knows the valley is watched?" Hordo asked. "You use that eye," Conan said approvingly. The Satara rode up the long incline to the fortress, the portcullis creaking open to let them ride in without slowing. "I worry more about who does the watching." The one-eyed brigand let out a long, low whistle between his teeth. "Who? Now that's a kettle of porridge to set your teeth on edge." Conan knew the choices of who it could be. Hillmen, the army, Zamoran or Turanian, or Imheb-Aten. But he was certain which would be worst for him and for the bandits, or even if those two would be the same. Time ran short for him. "I mean to bring the leader out of the keep tonight, Hordo. It may mean trouble for you, but I must do it." "I have half a memory of you saying as much last night," Hordo mused. Corella appeared, riding slowly down the ramp from the fortress. "Almost I wish you would, Cimmerian. It would give the excuse to get her away from this place. Away from the sorcerer." Corella reached the bottom of the ramp and turned her big black toward the camp. She rode with one fist on her hip, her Calamastian form swaying with the motion of the horse. The bloody sun was half obscured behind the peaks now, yet enough remained to bathe her face in a golden glow. "And if she will not go," Conan said, "you'll follow where she leads, be it a hillman's torture fire or Aminar's diabolic servitude." "No more," Hordo replied sadly. "My last service to the Red Hawk, and it must be so, will be to tie her to her saddle and take her to safety." His voice hardened suddenly. "But it will be me, Conan. No other will raise a hand to her while Hordo yet lives. Not even you." Conan met the fierce single-eyed gaze levelly. On the one hand, an oath not to lift a hand to save her. On the other, how could he stand and watch her die? It was a cleft stick that held his tongue. Corella reined in before the two men, raising a hand to shield her eyes as she peered at the mountain-shrouded sun. "I had not realized I was so long with Aminar," she murmured, shifting her green eyes to them. "Why are you two glaring at each other like a pair of badgers? I thought you now were almost fraternal in your amity." "We stand in concord, Hordo and I," Conan said. He stretched up his hand, and the other man grasped it, pulling him to his feet. "We'll give them a good turn, eh, Cimmerian?" Hordo said, "before we go under." "We'll drink from golden goblets in Agrapur yet," Conan replied soberly. "What do you two babble about?" Corella demanded. "Gather my hounds, Hordo. I'll speak to them before that accursed dark comes on us." With a quick nod, Hordo darted ahead to assemble the bandits. Corella looked at Conan as if she wanted to speak. Then the moment passed. There was much to say, he thought. but he would not speak first. He started after Hordo, and moments later heard her horse following slowly. She made no effort to catch up. 23. "Do you want gold?" Corella shouted. "Well, do you?" She stood atop a boulder as high as a man's head, crimson thigh-booted feet well apart, fists on hips, her hair an auburn mane. She was magnificent, Conan thought, from his place at the back of the semicircle of brigands who listened to her. Just looking at her was still enough to make his mouth grow dry. "We want gold," Reza muttered. A few others echoed him. Most watched silently. Avarius had a thoughtful look in his beady eyes, making him look even more sly and malicious than usual. Hordo stood beside the flat-topped boulder, keeping a worried watch on the brigands and Corella both. The fires of the camp surrounded them, holding off the twilight. "Do you like being chased into hiding by the army?" she cried. "No!" half a dozen voices growled. "Do you like spending half a year at guards' wages?" "No!" a dozen shouted back at her. "Well, do you know the caravan route is less than half a day south of here? Do you know that a caravan is coming along that route, bound for Sultanapur? Do you know that in 3 days' time we'll take that caravan?" Roars of approval broke from every throat, except Avarius's, Conan noted. While the others waved fists in the air, shouted and pounded each other on the shoulder, Avarius's look grew more thoughtful, more furtive. "And the army won't hound us," she went on loudly, "because we'll come back here till they give up. The Zamoran army are not men enough to follow where we go." The cheering went on. The bandits were too caught up in imagining the Zamorans less brave than they to think too closely on how brave they themselves were. Corella raised her hands above her head and basked in their adulation. Hordo left his place by the boulder and came around to where Conan stood. "Once more, Cimmerian, she has us in the palm of her hand. You don't suppose this could..." Conan shrugged as the one-eyed man trailed off doubtfully. "You must do as you will." Hordo still looked uncertain. Conan sighed. He would not like seeing the burly bandit dead. Purple twilight was already giving way, night falling as if the inky air had gelled. The bandits around Corella continued their cheering. "I'll be away now," the Cimmerian went on, "before they notice my going." "Fare you well," Hordo said quietly. Conan slipped into the colliginous night. Scudding clouds obscured the lustrous moon as he hurried along the stony slope. Before the full mantle of night enfolded that tenebrous veil, he wanted to be as close to the walls of the fortress as he could. Abruptly, he stopped, broadsword coming firmly into his hand. No sound had reached his ear, no glimmer of motion caught his eye, but senses he could not describe told him there was something ahead of him. The darkness ahead seemed suddenly to split, fold, and thicken. There was an elongated shadow where there had been none. "How did you know?" came Imheb Aten's low voice. "No matter. Truly now your usefulness is ended. Your pitiful efforts are futile, but as a rat scurrying beneath the feet of warrior in battle may cause him to trip and die, so may you discommode those greater than yourself." The darkling shape moved toward Conan. He could see no weapon but an outstretched hand. Of a sudden, rock behind him grated beneath a boot. Conan dropped to a full squat, felt rather than saw a pike thrust pass above his head. Grasping his sword hilt with both hands, he pivoted on his left foot, striking for where the pike wielder must be. He felt the point of his blade bite through chainmail and flash at the same moment that he saw his attacker's red eyes glowing in the night. The falling pike struck him on the shoulder. The rubiate glow faded, and he was tugging his sword free of a collapsing body. Desperately, Conan spun back, expecting at any moment to feel the sting of Imhep-Aten's steel. But before him he saw three shadowy shapes now, locked in combat. A sibilant shriek broke and was cut off, and one of the shadows fell. The other two fought on. A cascade of small stones skittering down the slope heralded the arrival of more Sitara. On the fortress walls, torches began to move, and the great gong tolled into the dark. The portcullis began to clank noisily open. Conan could see two pairs of glowing eyes now, approaching him slowly, well separated. Could the beings see in that dark, he wondered? Could they recognize him? He would not take the chance. The shining, sanguinary eyes were located thusly, he calculated, so the pikes must be held so. Silently, with a prayer to Bel, god of thieves, the Cimmerian sprang toward the closer Sitara, his sword arcing down for where he hoped the pike was. With a solid chunk, his blade bit into a wooden pike haft. He kicked with the ball of his foot and got a hissing grunt in reply. Reversing the swing of his broadsword, he spun it up and then down for the joining of neck and shoulder. The grunt became a scream. Conan threw himself to one side as the second pike slashed along his ribs. The dying Sitara grappled with him as it fell, pulling him to the ground. The other stood over him, triumph heightening the glow of its eyes. A howl burst from its fanged mouth as the Cimmerian steel severed its leg at the knee, and the Sitara fell beside the first. There was no time for precision. Like a cleaver, Conan's blade split between those red eyes. From the fortress, pounding feet were drawing nearer. Quickly, Conan jerked his sword free and ran into the night. The bandit camp had been roused as well. As he ran closer, he could see them gathered at the edge of the light from their fires, peering toward the keep, where the gong still sounded. He circled around the camp, and, cutting a piece from his breech clout, wiped his sword and sheathed it before striding in. The brigand's eyes were all toward the sounds of Sitara approaching. None but Ordo saw him enter. Conan tossed the scrap of rag, stained with black blood, into a fire, and snatched a cloak from his blankets to settle around his shoulders and hide the gash in his side. "What happened?" Ordo whispered as Conan joined the others. "You're wounded." "I never reached the keep," Conan replied quietly. "Sitara were waiting, and I discovered who watched from the mountain." He remembered the second light. At least I think I did. Later, he added as the others started to question him further, Sitara were entering the camp, Sitha at their head. The bandits backed away, muttering, as the reptilian creatures strode into the firelight. Only Corella stood her ground. Arms crossed beneath her round breasts, the red-haired woman confronted the massive bulk of Sitha. "Why do you come here?" she demanded. "Sitara have been slain this night," Sitha replied. Its crimson eyes ran arrogantly from her ankles to her face. "I will search your camp and question your men to see if any were involved." The bandits' muttering became angry. Sword hilts were grasped. "You may die trying," Corella said coldly. "I'll not have my camp searched by such as you. And if your master has questions, I'll answer them of him, but not of his cattle." She spat the last word, and Sitha quivered, claw-tipped hands working convulsively on the haft of the huge battle-axe. "You may find," Sitha hissed malevolently, "that answering questions for my master is even less pleasant than answering them for me." It spun abruptly on its heel and stalked from the circle of light, followed by the rest of the Sitara. When the last of them disappeared into the dark, Corella turned to face the bandits. "If any of you were involved in this," she said sharply, "I'll have your ears." Without another word, she strode through them and disappeared into her striped pavilion. Ordo let out a long breath and pulled Conan aside. Now, what happened out there? The brigands were breaking up into small knots, discussing the night's events in low voices. Aberius stood alone, watching Conan and Ordo. "I slew 3 Sitara," Conan said, "and Imhep-Aten slew 2. Or was perhaps himself slain, but I don't believe that. Ordo grunted. You sent the man Krato against you? The second sorcerer in this Mitra-forsaken valley is ill news indeed. I must tell her. Conan grabbed the one-eyed man's arm. Don't. She may well tell Aminar, and I do not think these two have any goodwill towards each other. Whatever comes between them may give you the chance to get her away from here. As with the hillmen and the soldiers, Ordo said slowly, you will bring the two to combat while we slip away. But I think me being caught between two sorcerers may be worse than being caught between the others. He barked a short laugh. I tell you again, Cimmerian, if you live, you'll be a general, mayhap even a king. Men have risen from lower stations to become such. I have no desire to be a king, Conan laughed. I'm a thief, and Imheb-Aten at least has no animosity toward you or Corella. Though the same, he reflected, could hardly be said of himself. The keep is too much stirred for me to enter this night. I fear Velita must bear another day of Aminar. Come, let us find a bandage for my side and a flagon of wine. Speaking quietly together, the two men walked deeper into the bandit camp. Avarius watched them go, tugging at his lower lip in deep thought. Finally, he nodded to himself and darted into the night. 24. The sun, Conan estimated, stood well past the zenith. It was the day after his fight with the Sitara, and Corella was once more closeted with Aminar for the entire morning. The bandits slept or drank or gambled, forgetting the ill of the night in the light of the sun. Conan sat cross-legged on the ground, honing his blade as he watched the black heap. To conceal his bandaged wound, he had donned a black tunic that covered him to below the hips. He laid the blade across his knees as a Sitara approached. You are called Conan of Cimmeria, the creature hissed. I am, Conan replied. She who is called Corella asks that you come to her. There had been no further attempt to question the bandits about the occurrences in the night. Conan could not see how he might be connected with them now. He rose and sheathed his sword. Lead, he commanded. The big Cimmerian tensed while passing through the gate, but the guards gave him no more than a flicker of their lifeless red eyes. In the dungeon, the Sitara led him away he did not know, to huge doors that Conan realized to his shock were of burnished gold. A great reptilian head was worked in each, surrounded by what appeared to be rays of light. The Sitara struck a small silver gong hanging from the wall. Conan's neck hairs stirred as the great doors swung open with no human agency that he could see. The Sitara gestured for him to enter. With a firm tread, Conan walked through the open doors. They swung shut almost on his heels with a thump of finality. The ceiling of the great room was a fluted dome, supported by massive columns of carved ivory. Across the mosaic floor, Aminar sat on a throne made of golden serpents, while another burnished serpent reared behind it, great ruby eyes regarding all who approached. The mage's robe, too, was gold, seemingly of 10,000 scales that glittered in the light of golden lamps. Human musicians filed out by a side door as Conan entered. The only other present was Corella, standing beside Aminar's throne and drinking thirstily from a goblet. She lowered the goblet in surprise at the sight of Conan. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. The chamber was cool, yet perspiration dampened her face, and her breath came quickly. "I was told you sent for me," Conan said. Warily, he placed a hand on his sword. "I never sent for you," she said. "I took the liberty," Aminar said, "of using your name, Corella, to ensure the man would come." "Ensure he'd come?" Puzzled, Corella swung her green eyes from Conan to the mage, Why would he not? Aminar pursed his lips and touched them with his golden staff. His eyes on Conan seemed amused. This night past were 5 of my Satara slain. Conan wondered from which direction the Satara would come. There could be a score of doors hidden behind those ivory columns. You think Conan did this killing? Corella said. I spoke to you of this matter this morning, and you said nothing. Sometimes, the Dark Sorcerer said, it is best to wait, to let the guilty think they will escape. But I see you require proof. He swung his staff against a small crystal bell that stood in a silver stand beside the throne. At the chime, the door through which the musicians had departed opened again. Avarius hesitantly entered the chamber, his eyes darting from Conan to the throne, as if measuring the distance to each. He rubbed his palms on the front of his yellow tunic. Speak, Aminar commanded. Avarius's pointed face twitched. He swallowed. Last night, before the gong sounded, I saw this Conan of Samaria leave our camp. His beady black eyes avoided Corella. This surprised me, for all of us think the darkness of the nights here strange. watch, and none will go out in them. None other did that night as before. Conan returned after the alarm with a wound on his side. I'll warrant there's a bandage beneath that tunic. Why did you not come to me, Aberius? Corella said angrily. Her piercing gaze shifted to the Sumerian. I said, Conan, that I'd have the ears of any man involved, and I fear, Aminar interrupted smoothly, that it is I who must set this man's punishment. It is me he has offended against. You, Aberius, he added in a sharper tone, go now. The gold agreed upon will be given as you leave. The weasel-faced bandit opened his mouth as if to speak, closed it again, then suddenly scurried from the room. The small door closed behind him. Why, Conan? Corella asked softly. Is that girl worth so much to you? She squeezed her eyes shut and turned away. I give him to you, she said. Conan's blade slipped from its sheath with a rasping whisper. You reckon without me, the Sumerian said. I give myself to no one. Aminar rose, holding the golden staff across his chest like a scepter. Extend your life, Sumerian. Prostrate yourself and beg, and I may have mercy on you. He started forward at a slow walk. Dog of a sorcerer, Conan grated. Come no closer. I know your mage's tricks with powders that kill when breathed. The golden-robed man came on, neither speeding nor slowing. I warn you, Conan said. Die, then. With the speed of a striking falcon, the big Sumerian youth lunged. Aminar's staff whipped up. Hissing, a citron vapor was expelled from its tip. Conan held his breath and plunged through the cloud. His sword struck Aminar's chest, piercing to the hilt. For a bare moment, Conan stood chest to chest and eye to eye with the mage. Then his muscles turned to water. He tried to cry out as he toppled to the mosaic floor, but there was no sound except the thud of his fall. His great chest labored for breath, and his every muscle twitched and trembled, but not at his command. The sorcerer stood above him, viewing him with the same dispassion he might exhibit at a bird found dead in the keep. A concentrated derivative from the pollen of the golden lotus of Kitai, he said in a conversational tone. A thin smile curled his lips cruelly. It works by contact, not by breathing, my knowledgeable thief. The paralysis grows if no antidote is applied, deeper and deeper until life itself is paralyzed. I am told one feels oneself dying by inches. Aminar, Corella gasped. The sword! She stood by the throne, a trembling hand pressed to her lips. The sorcerer looked at the sword as if he had forgotten it pierced his chest. Grasping the hilt, he drew it from his body. The blade was unbloodied. He seemed pleased with her shock. You see, my dear Corella, no mortal weapon can harm me. Contemptuously, he dropped the sword, almost touching Conan's hand. The Sumerian strained to reach the leather-wrapped hilt, but his arms responded only with drug-induced tremors. Aminar emitted a blunt, chilling laugh and casually moved the sword even closer with his foot, until the hilt touched Conan's twitching hand. Even before Aberius betrayed you, Sumerian, I suspected you in the slaying, though two of the dead displayed certain anomalies. You see, Velita betrayed you also. His dark laugh was like a saw on bone. The geas I placed on her commanded her to tell me if you saw her, and she did, though she wept and begged me to kill her rather than let her speak. He laughed again. Conan tried to curse, but produced only a grunt. The man would die, he vowed, if he had to return as a shade to do the deed. The sorcerer's cold-lidded eyes regarded him thoughtfully. The red flecks in their black depths seemed to dance. You rage, but do not yet fear, he said softly. Still, where there is such great resistance, there must be great fear once the resistance is shattered. And you will be shattered, Cimmerian. Please, Corella said, if he must die, then kill him, but do not torture him. As you wish, Aminar said smoothly. He returned to the throne and struck the crystal bell once more. This time, Sitha appeared from the small door through which Aberius had left. 4 more Sitara followed, bearing a litter. Roughly, they lifted Conan onto the bare wood and fastened him with broad leather straps across his massive chest and thighs. As they were carrying him out, Conan heard Aminar speak. There is much we must speak of, my dear Corella. Come closer. The door swung shut. 25. As the litter was carried through the dungeon, one mailed Sitara at each corner and Sitha leading, Conan lay seemingly quiescent. For the moment, struggle was futile, but he constantly attempted to clench his right hand. If he could make even that beginning. The hand twitched of its own volition, but no more. He fought to keep breathing. The litter was carried from a resplendent corridor through an archway and down rough stone stairs. The walls, at first worked smooth, became raw stone, a passage hacked from the living rock beneath the dark fortress. Those who went thither no longer had a care for mosaics or tapestries. The crude corridor leveled. Sitha pounded a huge fist against an iron-strapped door of rough wood. The door opened, and to Conan's surprise, a human appeared, the first he had seen in the keep who did not keep his eyes on the ground. The man was even shorter than Conan, but even more massive, heavy, sloping muscles covered with thick layers of fat. Piggish eyes, set deep in a round, bald head, regarded Conan. "So, Sitha," he said, in a surprisingly high-pitched voice, "you've brought Ort another guest." "Stand aside, Ort," Sitha hissed. "You know what is to be done here. You waste time." Shockingly, the fat man giggled. "You'd like to cut Ort's head off, wouldn't you, Sitha, with that axe of yours? But Aminar needs Ort for his torturing. You Sitara get carried away and leave dead meat when there's questions yet to be asked." "This one is already meat," Sitha said contemptuously. Casually, the Sitara turned to smash a backhand blow to Conan's face. Ort giggled again. Blood welled in Conan's mouth. Chest heaving, he fought to get painful words out. "Kill you, Sitha," he gasped. Ort blinked his tiny eyes in surprise. "He speaks? After the vapor? This one is strong." "Strong," Sitha snarled. "Not as strong as I." Its fist crashed into Conan's face, splitting his cheek. For a moment the Sitara stood with fist upraised, fangs bared, then lowered its claw-tipped hand with an obvious effort. "Put him in his cell, Ort, before I forget the Master's commands." Giggling, Ort led the procession into the dungeons. Grim iron-bound doors lined the rough stone walls. Before one, Ort stopped, undoing a heavy iron lock with a key from his broad leather belt. "In here," he said. "There's another in there already, but I'm filling up." Quickly, under Sitha's direction, the other Sitara unstrapped Conan from the litter and carried him into the cell, a cubicle cut in the rock as crudely as the rest of the dungeon. As chains were being fastened to the Cimmerian's wrists and ankles, he saw his fellow prisoner chained in the same fashion to the far wall, and knew a second of shock. It was the Zamoran captain he had tricked into combat with the hillmen. As the other Sitara left, Sitha came to stand over Conan. "Were it left to me," it hissed angrily, "you would die now. But the Master has use of you yet." From a pouch at its belt, it took a vial and forced it between the Cimmerian's teeth. Bitter liquid flowed across his tongue. "Perhaps, Cimmerian, when the Master has your soul, this time he will let me have what remains." With a sibilant laugh, Sitha shoved the empty vial back into his pouch and strode from the cell. The thick door banged shut. Conan could feel strength flowing slowly back into his limbs. Weakly, he pushed himself to a sitting position and leaned against the cool stone of the cell wall. The hook-nosed Zamoran captain watched him thoughtfully with dark eyes. There were long blisters on his arms, and others were visible on his chest where his tunic was ripped. "I am Hieronydes," he said finally. "Whom do I share these accommodations with?" "I am called Conan," the Cimmerian replied. He tested the chains that fastened his manacles to the wall. 3 feet and more in length, the links of them were too thick for him to have burst even had he his full strength, and he was far from that as yet. "Conan," Hieronydes murmured. "I've heard that name in Shadowzar, thief. Would I had known you when we met last." Conan shifted his full attention to the Zamoran. "You remember me then, do you? I'm not likely to forget a man with shoulders like a bull, especially when he brought me near 10 score hillmen for a present. Did you indeed follow us then? I would not have done it save for that. I followed you," Hieronydes replied bitterly. "Rather, I followed the Red Hawk and the trinkets she took from Tiridates. Or was it you, thief, who entered the palace and slew like a demon?" "Not I," Conan said, "nor the Red Hawk. 'Twas Satara, the Scaled Ones, who did it, and we followed them as you followed us. But how came you to this pass chained to the wall in Aminar's dungeon?" "From continuing my pursuit of the red-haired wench when a wiser man would have returned to Shadowzar and surrendered his head," the captain said. "Half a mountain of rock poured into the gorge by those things. Satara, you call them? More than 20 of my men escaped. We had a hillman for a guide, but whether he led us into a trap or perished beneath the stone, or even got away entirely, I know not. You got not those burns from falling rock." Hieronydes examined his blisters ruefully. "Our jailer, a fellow named Ort, likes to entertain himself with a hot iron. He's surprisingly agile for one of his bulk. He'd strike and leap away, and in these," he rattled his chains, "neither could I attack nor escape him." "If he comes again with his irons," Conan said eagerly, "perhaps in dodging from the one, he will come close enough for the other to seize." He pulled one of his chains to its fullest extent and measured with his eye. With a disgusted grunt, he again slumped against the stone wall. There was room enough and more between him and the other man for Ort to leap and dodge as he would. The fat torturer could stand within a finger's breadth of either man with impunity. He realized the other man was frowning at him. "It comes to me," Hieronydes said slowly, "that already I have told you more than I told Ort. How came you to be chained like an ox, Conan?" "I misjudged the wiliness of a sorcerer," Conan replied curtly. It rankled still, the ease with which he had been taken. He seemed to remember once calling himself a bane of wizards, yet Aminar had snared him like a 3-year child. While Corella watched, too. "Then you were in his service," Hieronydes said. Conan shook his head irritably. "No. Perhaps you are in his service still, put in here to extract information more easily than good Ort. Are your brains moonstruck?" Conan bellowed, lunging to his feet. His chains left him paces short of the other man. At least, though, he had regained enough strength to stand. With a short laugh, he sank back. "A cell is no place for a duel, and we can't reach each other besides. I'll ask you to watch your speaking, though. I serve no sorcerer. Perhaps, Aronides said, and he would say no more. Conan made himself as comfortable as the bare stone floor and rough wall would permit. He had slept in worse conditions in the mountains as a boy, and of his own free will. This time he did not sleep, though, but rather set his mind to escape, and to the killing of Aminar. For that last he would do if his own life were extinguished in the same moment. But how to kill a man who could take a yard of steel through his chest and not even bleed? That was a weighty question indeed. Some men he knew had amulets, which were attuned to them by magics, so that the amulet could be used for good or ill against that man. The Eye of Erlik came to mind, which bauble had at last brought down the Khan of Zambula, though not by its sorceries. That the pendant which Velita had worn nestled between her small breasts was a watch for Aminar's evil eyes, was to the Sumerian proof that it too was such an amulet. It could be used to kill Aminar, he was sure, if he but knew the way. But first must come escape. He reviewed what he had seen since being carried to the dungeon, what Ort had said, what Aronides had told him, and a plan slowly formed. He settled to wait. The patience of the hunting leopard was in him. He was a mountain warrior of Samaria. At 15, he had been one of the fierce Sumerian horde that stormed the walls of Venarium and sacked that border city of Aquilonia. Even before that, had he been allowed his place at the warriors' council fires. And since then he had traveled far, seen kingdoms and thrones totter, helped to steady some and topple others. He knew that 9 parts of fighting was knowing when to wait, the 10th knowing when to strike. He would wait, for now. The hours passed. At the rattle of the key in the massive iron lock, Conan's muscles tensed. He forced them to relax. His full strength was returned, but care must be taken. The door swung outward, and 2 Satara entered, dragging Hordo unconscious between them. Straight to the 3rd set of chains they took him and manacled him there. Without looking at either of the other 2 men, they left. But the door did not close. Instead, Aminar came to stand in the opening. The golden robe had been replaced by one of dead black, encircled with embroidered golden serpents. The mage fingered something on his chest through the robe as he surveyed the cell with cold, black eyes. "A pity," he murmured, almost under his breath. "You 3 could be more use to me than all of the rest together, with the sole exception of Corella herself. Yet you all must die." "Will you imprison us all, then?" Conan said, jerking his head at Hordo. The one-eyed bandit stirred and groaned. Aminar looked at him as if truly realizing he were present for the first time. "No, Sumerian. He meddled where he should not, as you did, as the man Talbor did. The others remain free, until their usefulness ends." Aronides' chains clinked as he shifted. "Mitra blast your filth-soaked soul," the captain grated. The ebon-clad sorcerer seemed not to hear. His strange eyes remained on Conan's face. "Velita," he said in a near whisper, "the slave girl you came to free awaits in my chamber of magics. When I have used her one last time, she will die, and worse than die. For if death is horrible, Sumerian, how much more horrible when no soul is left to survive beyond?" The big Sumerian could not stop his muscles from tensing. Aminar's laugh curdled marrow in the bone. "Interesting, Sumerian. You fear more for another than for yourself. Yes, interesting. That may prove useful." His hellborn laugh came again, and he was gone. Aronides stared at the closed door. He fouls the air by breathing, he spat. Twice now, Conan said softly, have I heard the taking of a soul spoken of. Once I knew a man who could steal souls. The captain made the sign of the horns against evil. How did you know such a man? He stole my soul, Conan said simply. Aronides laughed uncertainly, not sure if this were a joke. And what did you do then? I killed him and took back my soul. The Cimmerian shivered. That reclaiming had not been easy. To risk the loss again, perhaps past reclaiming was fearful beyond death. And the same would happen to Velita, and eventually to Corella, could he not prevent it. Ordo groaned again and sat up, sagging his broad back against the stone wall. At the clank of his chains, he stared at his manacles, then closed his eye. What happened, Ordo? Conan asked. Aminar had you brought hence by Satara, saying you meddled. In what? Ordo's scarred face contracted as if he wished to cry. She was gone so long from the camp, he said finally. And you, that I became concerned. It was near dark, and the thought that she must either remain the night in this place, or find her way to camp through the blackness. At the gate they let me in, but reluctantly, and one of the scaled ones ran, calling for Sitha. I found the chamber where thrice accursed Aminar made the worms feast long on him, sat on his throne of golden serpents. His one eye closed again, but he spoke on, more slowly. Musicians played. Men, though their eyes never left the floor. Those snake-skinned demon spawn came, and beat me down with club spears. The mage shouted for them to take me alive. 2 of them I killed before my senses went. 2, at least, I know. He fell silent, and Conan prodded him. Surely Aminar didn't have you imprisoned merely for entering his throne room. The bearded face contorted in a grimace of pain, and Hordo moaned through clenched teeth. Corella, he howled. She danced for him, naked as any girl in a Zanana, and with as wild an abandon. Corella danced naked for the pleasure of that. Sobs racked his burly form, choking off his words. The hackles stood on Conan's neck. He will die, Hordo, he promised. He will die. This Corella, Aronides said incredulously. She is the Red Hawk? Red-faced, Hordo lunged to the full extent of his chains. She was ensorcelled, he shouted. She knew me not. Never once did she look at me or cease her dancing. She was spell-caught. We know it, Conan said soothingly. The one-eyed man glared at Aronides. Who is this man, Conan? Don't you recognize him? The Cimmerian laughed. Aronides, the Zamoran captain we introduced to the hillmen. A Zamoran officer, Hordo snarled. Can I get my hands free? At least I'll rid the world of one more soldier before I die. Think you so, rogue? Aronides sneered. I've killed 5 like you before breaking fast in the morning. The bandit and the captain locked murderous gazes. Forgetting your chains for the moment, Conan said conversationally, do you intend to do Aminar's work for him? The glares shifted to him. We're going to die anyway, Hordo growled. Die if you want, Conan said. I intend to escape and let Aminar do the dying. How? Aronides demanded. The Cimmerian smiled wolfishly. Wait, he said. Rest. And despite their protests, he settled down to sleep. His dreams were of strangling Aminar with the black pendant's chain. 26. Corella woke and looked about her in confusion. She lay on a silk-draped couch, not in her pavilion, but in an opulent room hung with scarlet silken gauze. Silver bowls and ewers stood on a gilded table, and the finest Turanian carpet covered the floor. Sunlight streamed in through a narrow window. She was in Aminar's keep, she realized, and at the same moment realized she was naked. Turquito, she muttered, sitting up quickly. Her head spun. Had she taken too much wine the night before? For some reason, she was sure she had spent a night inside the fortress. There was a vague memory of wild music and a girl's sensual dancing. She put a hand to her forehead as if to wipe away perspiration and jerked it back down with another oath. The room was cool. She was cool. Quickly, she rose to search for her clothing. Her golden breastplates and emerald girdle were carefully laid out on her scarlet cloak atop a chest at the foot of the couch. Her crimson thigh boots stood before the chest, and her jeweled tulwar leaned against it. She dressed swiftly. "Was that girl?" she muttered beneath her breath as she tugged the last boot on, pulling the soft red leather almost to the top of her thigh. The dance had been shamelessly abandoned, almost voraciously carnal. But why should that be important, she wondered. More important was to see that she watched her drinking in the future. She did not trust Aminar enough to spend another night in that keep. Her cheeks flamed, only partly with anger. She was lucky she had not wakened in his bed. Not that he was not handsome, in a cool fashion, and powerful, which had its own attractions, but that would be a matter of her own choosing. The door opened, and Corella was on her feet, tulwar in hand, before she realized it. She looked in consternation at the girl who entered, head down, not looking at her, with a tall wooden-handled silver pitcher on a tray. Why was she so jumpy, she thought, resheathing the curved blade. "I'm sorry, girl. I didn't mean to scare you." "Hot water, mistress," the girl said in a toneless voice, "for your morning ablutions." Still without raising her eyes, she set the tray on the table and turned to go. She seemed unaffected by being greeted with a sword. "A minute," Corella said. The girl stopped. "Has anyone come asking for me at the portcullis? Hordo, a bearded man with an eye patch." "Such a man was taken to the dungeons, mistress, this night past." "The dungeons?" Corella yelped. "By the tits of Turquito, why?" "It was said, mistress, that he was discovered attempting to free the man Conan, and also that he had many golden ornaments in a sack." The red-haired woman drew a shuddering breath. She should have expected something of the kind, should have guarded against it. Hordo and Conan had become close. Sword brothers, the hillmen called it. And men, never truly sane, in her opinion, were at their maddest in such relationships. Still, for her most loyal hound, she must do something. "Where is your master, girl?" "I do not know, mistress." Corella frowned. There had been a slight hesitation before that answer. "Then show me to the dungeons. I want to speak to Hordo." "Mistress, I cannot. My master..." The girl stood, staring at the floor. Corella grabbed the girl's chin, twisting her face up. "Look at me." Her breath caught in her throat. The girl might have been called beautiful, except that there was no single line of expression or emotion on her face, and her brown eyes were empty, was the only word Corella could think of. She pulled her hand away and had to resist the desire to wipe it on something. The girl dropped her eyes again immediately on being released. She had made no slightest resistance then, and she stood waiting now. "Girl," Corella said, making her tone threatening, "I am here, and your master is elsewhere. Now show me to the dungeons." The girl nodded hesitantly and led the way from the room. She had been on the topmost level of the keep, Corella discovered as they took curving marble stairs, seeming to hang suspended in air down to the ground floor. In a small side corridor, the girl stopped before a plain stone archway that led onto rough stone steps. She had not raised her eyes in the entire journey, and Corella did not really want her to. "There, mistress," the girl said. "Down there. I am not permitted to descend." Corella nodded. "Very well, girl. If trouble comes of this for you, I'll intercede with your master." "The master will do as he will do," the girl replied in her toneless voice. Before Corella could speak again, she had scurried away and was gone around a corner. Taking a deep breath, and with a firm grip on her sword, the red-haired bandit descended the stairs until she came to an iron-strapped door. On this she pounded with her sword hilt. The door was opened by a huge, fat man in a stained yellow tunic. She presented her blade to his face before he could speak. At least this one did not stare at the ground, she thought, but perhaps he should to hide his face. "The man, Ordo," she said. "Take me to where he is confined." "But Aminar," the fat man began. Her sword point indented his neck and his piggy eyes bulged. "I'll take you to him," he stammered in a high-pitched voice, and added, "Mistress." Blade against his backbone, she followed him down the crudely cut corridor. He fumbled with the keys at his belt and unlocked one of the solid wooden doors. "Over there," she ordered, gesturing with her sword, "where I can see you, and do you move. I'll make a capon of you if you're not one already." Anger twisted his suety face, but he moved as she directed. She pulled open the door and stared at the three men inside. Conan, Ordo, and one who looked vaguely familiar to her. All three looked up as the door swung open. "You came!" Ordo cried. "I knew you would!" Her green eyes rested on the broad-shouldered Cimmerian. His gaze, like twinned blue agates, regarded her impassively. She was relieved to see he still lived, and angry that she was relieved. The hard planes of his unlined face were handsome, it was true, and he was virile, her cheeks colored, but he was a fool. Why did he have to oppose Aminar? Why could he not forget that girl, Velita? Why? "Why?" she said, and immediately pulled her gaze to Ordo. "Why did you do it, Ordo?" The one-eyed bandit blinked at her in bewilderment. "Do what?" "Steal from Aminar. Try to free this other fool." She jerked her head at Conan without looking at him again. "I stole nothing," Ordo protested. "And I knew not that Conan was imprisoned until I was chained beside him." "Then you were brought here for no reason," she said derisively. Ordo was silent. Conan began, but Ordo cut him off with a shout. "No, Cimmerian," he added, "please." And the word sounded as if it were carved from his vitals. Corella looked at the two men in consternation. Their eyes met, and Conan nodded. "Well?" she demanded. Neither man spoke. Ordo would not meet her gaze. "Turquito take you, Ordo. I should have you flogged. Can I talk Aminar into releasing you? I may yet." "Release us now," Ordo said quickly. "Ort has the keys. You can—" "You," she said sharply. "It's you I'll try to free. I have no interest in these others." She felt Conan's eyes on her and could not look at him. "Besides, it may do you good to sit here and worry as whether or not I can talk Aminar into releasing you to me." She gestured to the fat jailer with her sword. "You, close the door." She stepped back to keep him under her eye and blade as he moved to do so. "Corella," Ordo shouted, "leave this place. Leave me. Take horse and—" The door banged shut to cut him off. As the fat man turned from locking the massive door, she laid her curved blade against his fat neck. Her eyes were glittering emerald ice. "If I find you have not taken good care of him," she said coldly, "I'll carve that bulk away to see if there's a man inside." Contemptuously, she turned her back and stalked from the dungeon. By the time she reached the top of the rude stone stairs, her brain was burning. Aminar had no right. Conan was one thing, Hordo quite another. She would maintain the discipline of her hounds, and she had no intention of letting the mage usurp her authority in this fashion. She strode through the ornate halls of the Black Dungeon, still clutching her sword in her anger. One of the Satara appeared before her, blinking in surprise at the weapon in her hand. "Where is Aminar?" she demanded. It did not speak, but its red eyes twitched toward a plain arch. She remembered Aminar saying that the passage beyond led to his thaumaturgical chambers. In her present mood, bearding the sorcerer there was just what she sought. She turned for the arch. With a hissed shout, the mailed Satara leaped for her and jumped back just in time so that her blade drew sparks across the chest of its hauber. "Follow," she growled, "and you'll never follow anything again." Its rubiate eyes remained on her face, but it stood still as she backed down the sloping passage, lined with flickering torches set in plain iron sconces. The corridor was longer than she had suspected. The archway and the Satara still standing there had dwindled to mere specks by the time her back came up against a pair of tall wooden doors. The doors were carved with a profusion of serpents in endless arabesques, as were the stone walls of the corridor, though this had not been so high up. She thought she might be under the very heart of the mountain. Pushing open one of the doors, she went in. The room was a great circle, surrounded by shadowed columns. The floor was a mosaic of a strange golden serpent. On the far side of the room, Aminar whirled at her entrance. Sif, crouching near the mage, half rose. "You dare to enter here?" Aminar thundered. "I dare anything," she snapped, "while you have Hordo chained." What was beyond the black-robed sorcerer finally impressed itself on her. The red-streaked black marble altar, the slim blonde girl bound naked to it, rigid with terror. "By the black heart of Ahriman," Kirella swore, "what is it you do here, mage?" Instead of answering, the cold-eyed man traced a figure in the air, and the figure seemed to stand glowing as he traced, stirring some buried memory deep inside her. Behind her eyes, she felt something break, like a twig snapping. She would teach him to play his magical tricks with her. She started for the dark man and stared down in amazement at feet that would not move. They did not feel held. They had full sensation, but they would not move. "What wizardry is this?" she demanded hoarsely. "Release me, Aminar, or throw the sword aside," he commanded. She stifled a scream as her arm obeyed, sending the jewel-hilted tulwar skittering across the mosaic floor to ring against a column. Aminar nodded in satisfaction. "Remove your garments, Corella." "Fool," she began, and her green eyes started with horror as her slim fingers rose to the golden pin that held her scarlet cloak and undid it. The cloak slid from her shoulders to the floor. "I am the Red Hawk," she said. It was little more than a whisper, but her voice rose to a scream. "I am the Red Hawk!" She could not stop watching with bulging eyes as her hands removed the golden breastplates from her heavy round breasts and casually dropped them, unfastened the emerald girdle that rode low on her flaring hips. "Enough," Aminar said. "Leave the boots. I like the picture they present." She wanted to weep as her hands returned quiescent to her sides. "Beyond these walls," the black-robed man went on, "you are the Red Hawk. Inside them you are whatever I want you to be. I think from now on I will keep you thus when you are with me, aware of what is happening. Your fear is like the rarest of wines. Think you I'll return once I am free?" she spat. "Let me get a sword in my hand and my hounds about me, and I will tear this keep down about your head." His laughter sent shivers along her bones. "When you leave these walls, you will remember what I tell you to remember. You will go believing that we conferred on this matter or that. But when once again within this dungeon, you will remember the true nature of things. The Red Hawk will grovel at my feet and crawl to serve my pleasure. You will hate it, but you will obey. I'll die first, she shouted defiantly. That will not be permitted. He smiled coldly. Now be silent. The words she was about to speak froze on her tongue. Aminar produced a knife with a gilded blade from beneath his robe and tested its edge with his thumb. You will watch what occurs here. I do not think Susa will mind. The girl on the altar moaned. The sorcerer's red-flecked black eyes suddenly held Corella's gaze as a viper holds the gaze of a bird. She could feel those eyes reaching into the very depths of her. You will watch, Aminar said softly, and you will begin to learn the true meaning of fear. He turned back to the altar. His chant rose, cutting into her mind like a knife. Flaming mists began to form. Corella's green eyes bulged as if they would start from her head. She would not scream, she told herself. Even if she had a voice, she would not scream. But her flanks and the rounded slopes of her breasts were of a sudden slick with sweat, and in her mind there was gibbering terror. 27. Conan! Hieronydes shouted. Conan! The three men still lay chained to the walls of the cell beneath Aminar's keep. Conan opened one eye, where he lay curled as comfortably as he could manage on the stone. I'm sleeping, he said, and closed it again. The Cimmerian estimated that a full day and more had passed since Corella had come to their cell, though there had been no food, and but 3 pannikins of stale water brought to their cell. Sleeping, Hieronydes grumbled. When do we hear of this escape plan of yours? The Red Hawk, Hordo said hopefully. When she sets me free, I'll get the rest of you out, even you, Zamorin. Conan sat up, stretching until his shoulder joints cracked. If she were coming, Hordo, he said, she'd have been here long since. She may yet come, the one-eyed man muttered. Mayhap she took my advice and rode away. Conan said nothing. His best hope for Corella was that she had accepted Aminar's word for Hordo's crimes, and was even then in the bandit camp, surrounded by the men she called her hounds. In any case, Hieronydes said, we cannot put our hopes on her. Even if she gets you free, bearded one, you heard her say she'd do nothing for the Cimmerian and myself. I think me she is a woman of her word. Wait, Conan said. The time will come. A key rattled in the lock. 'Tis Ort who's come, Hieronydes growled, with his irons, no doubt. Ort, Hordo said. Who is... The heavy iron-strapped cell door slammed open, and the fat jailer stood in the opening. Behind him was a brazier full of glowing coals, and from the coals projected the wooden handles of irons, their metal ends already as bright red as the coals they nestled among. Who's to be first? Ort giggled. He snatched an iron from the fire and waved its fiery tip at them. Hordo put his back against the wall, teeth bared in a snarl. Hieronydes crouched, ready to spring in any direction, so far as his chains would let him. Conan did not move. You, Captain, Ort said. He fainted toward Hieronydes, who tensed. Ort likes burning officers. Or you, One Eye? Giggling, he waggled the glowing iron at Hordo. Ort could give you another scar, burn out your other eye. And you, Strong One, he said, turning his peg-eyed gaze on Conan, think you to sit unconcerned? Suddenly, Ort darted at the Cimmerian, red-hot iron flashing, and danced back. A long blister stood on Conan's shoulder. Awkwardly, he raised one arm to cover his head, and huddled against the wall, half turning his back on the man with the burning iron. The other 3 men all stared at the big youth incredulously. Fight him, Hieronymus shouted, and had to throw himself back to avoid a vicious slash of the iron that would have taken him across the face. Face him like a man, Conan, Hordo urged. Cautiously, Ort dashed again to strike and retreat, curiously agile on his feet. Conan groaned as a second blister grew across his shoulders and pressed himself tighter to the stone. Why, he is no man at all, Ort giggled. The nearly round jailer swaggered closer to stand over Conan, raising his blazing weapon. A roar of battle rage broke from Conan's throat, and his mighty thews pushed him from his crouch. One hand seized Ort's bulk, pulling him closer. The other looped its chain about the jailer's neck, catching at the same time a desperately flung hand. Biceps bulging, he jerked the heavy iron chain tight, fat flesh bulging through the links. Ort's tiny eyes, too, bulged from that fat face, and his feet scrabbled desperately at the bare stone floor. The jailer had but one weapon, and he used it, stabbing again and again with the burning iron at the Cimmerian's broad back. The stench of burning flesh rose as the fiery rod seared Conan's muscles, but he locked the pain from his mind. It did not exist. Only the man before him existed. Only the man whose eyes were staring from his fat face. Only the man he must kill. Ort's mouth opened in a futile attempt to breathe, or perhaps to scream. His tongue protruded through yellowed teeth. The chain had almost disappeared into the fat of his neck. The iron dropped, and breath rattled in Ort's throat and was silent. Conan put all his strength into one last heave, and there was the crack of a breaking neck. Slowly he unwound the chain, freeing it with some difficulty, and let the heavy body fall. Mitra, Hieronymus breathed. You're back, Conan. I could not have stood it a tenth so long. Wincing, Conan bent to pick up the iron. He ignored the dead man. To his mind, all torturers should be treated so. The means of our escape, he said, holding Ort's weapon up. Its metal was yet hot enough to burn, but the glow had faded. Carefully, Conan fit the length of the iron through a link of the chain a hand's breadth from the manacle on one wrist. He took a deep breath, then twisted, the iron one way, his wrist the other. The manacle cut into the just-healed wounds left from his being staked out by the bandits, and blood trickled over his hand. The other two men held their breath. With a sharp snap, the chain broke. Laughing, Conan held up his free wrist, the manacle still dangling a few inches of chain, and the iron. I'd hoped the heat hadn't destroyed the temper of the metal. It would have broken instead of the chain otherwise. You hoped, Hordo wheezed. You hoped, the bandit threw back his shaggy head and laughed. You bet our freedom on a hope, Cimmerian, and you won. As quickly as he could, Conan broke the rest of his chains, and those of the other men. As soon as Hordo was free, the bearded man leaped to his feet. Conan seized his arm to stop him from rushing out. Hold hard, the Cimmerian said. The time is gone for holding hard, Hordo replied. I go to see to the Red Hawk's safety. To see to her safety, Conan asked, or to die by her side? I seek the one, Cimmerian, but I'll settle for the other. Conan growled deep in his throat. I'll not settle for death on Satara pikes, and if you will, you're useless to me, and to Corella. Hieronymus, how many of your men do you think still live? And will they fight? Perhaps a score, the captain replied, and to get out of these cells, they'll fight Ahriman and Erlich both. Then take you the jailer's keys and free them. If you can take and hold the Barbican, we may live yet. Hieronymus nodded. I'll hold it. What will you be doing, Cimmerian? Slaying Ammonar, Conan replied. Hieronymus nodded gravely. What about me? Hordo said. The other two had been ignoring him. Are you with us? Conan asked. He barely waited for Hordo's nod before going on. Rouse the bandits. Somehow you must get over the wall without being seen and bring them up the ramp before the catapults can fire on them. must kill Satara, you and Corella's hounds, and set as many fires as you can within the keep. Both you and Hieronymus must wait my signal to move so we are all in position. When the top of the tallest tower in the keep begins to burn, then ride. I'll be ready, Hordo said. It is taught that no plan of battle survives the first touch of battle. Let us hope ours is different. Fare you well, Hieronymus, Conan said. Then he and Hordo were hurrying from the dungeon. At the top of the stone stairs, as they entered the dungeon itself, a Satara rounded the corner not 2 paces from them. Hordo's shoulder caught the creature in its mailed midriff, and Conan's bald fist broke its neck. Hurriedly, Conan pressed the Satara's sword on Hordo, taking a broad-bladed dagger for himself. Then they too parted. The way to Amonar's chamber atop the tower was easy to find, Conan thought. All one did was climb stairs until there were no more stairs to climb. Sweeping marble arcs supported on air, polished ebon staircases, wide enough to give passage to a score of men and massive enough to support an army. And then there was only a winding stone stairway, curving around the wall of the tower with no rail to guard its inner drop. With his foot on the bottom step, Conan paused, remembering Velita's tale of a spell trap. Were Amanar not within the keep, Conan's next step could mean his bloody death by darkling sorceries. A slow death, he recalled. But if he did not go up, others would die at Amonar's hands, even if he did not. He took a step, then a second and third before he could think, continuing to place one foot in front of another until he was at the top, staring at an iron-bound door. A sigh of relief left him. Too, there was use in the knowledge that Amanar was within the keep, but this was not a way he cared to go about collecting information. He opened the door and stepped into a room where evil soaked the walls, and the very air seemed heavy with sorcerous portent. Circular the room was, without windows and lined with books, but there was that about the pale leather of those fat tomes that made the Cimmerian want not to touch them. The tattered remains of mummies, parts of them ripped away, lay scattered across tables, among a welter of beakers, flasks, tripods, and small braziers with their fires extinguished to cold ash. Jars of liquid held distorted things that might once have been parts of men. A dim light was cast over all by glass balls set in sconces around the walls that glowed with an eerie fire. But Velita was not there. In truth, he admitted to himself, he had no longer expected her to be. He could at least avenge her. Quickly, he located the crystal coffer of which she had spoken. It sat in a place of honor on a bronze tripod standing in the center of the room. Carelessly, he tossed the smoky lid aside to shatter on the stone floor, rummaged in the silken wrappings, and lifted out the silver-mounted black stone on its fine silver chain. Within the stone, red flecks danced, just as in Amonar's eyes. Tucking the pendant behind his wide leather belt, he searched hurriedly for anything else that might be of use. He was ready to go when he suddenly saw his sword, lying among a litter of thaumaturgical devices on one of the tables. He reached for it, and stopped with his hand hovering above the hilt. Why had Amanar brought the sword to this peccant chamber? Conan had experience of ensorcelled swords, had seen one kill the man who grasped it at the command of another. What had Amanar done to his blade? The door of the room banged open, and Sitha sauntered in, fanged mouth dropping open in surprise at seeing Conan. Conan's hand closed over the sword hilt in an instant and brought the blade to guard. At least, he thought with relief, it had not killed him so far. So, Cimmerian, Sitha said, you have escaped. Almost casually, it reached to a jumble of long, mostly unidentifiable objects and produced a spear with a haft as thick as a man's wrist. The point was near a short sword in length. The master cannot punish me for killing you here, in this place. You must do the killing first, Conan said. And he must set a fire soon. He circled, trying to get the tables out from between them. Reach was the Sitara's advantage. Sitha moved in the opposite direction, spear held warily. Abruptly, the bronze gong began to toll. Sitha's red eyes flickered away for just a moment. Conan bent, caught the edge of a long table with his shoulder, and heaved it over. Sitha leaped back as the heavy table crashed where his feet had been. Beakers of strange powder and flagons of multicolored liquids shattered on the floor. Acrid fumes rose from their mixing. The tolling continued, and now could be heard the faint sounds of shouting from the walls. Could Hieronydes or Hordo have decided not to wait, he wondered. My master sent me hence for powders, Sitha hissed. Powders he thinks will increase the fear in the sacrifice. On the last word he lunged, the spear point darting for Conan's head. The Cimmerian's broadsword beat the thrust aside, and his riposte slashed open the creature's scaled chin. Sitha leaped back from the blow, putting an elongated hand to the bloody gash and letting out a string of vile oaths. You still don't seem to have killed me, Conan laughed. Sitha's sibilant voice became low and grating. The sacrifice, Cimmerian, is that girl you came to this valley for, Velita. I will watch your face before I kill you, knowing you know she dies. A berserker rage rose in the Cimmerian. Velita, alive, but to remain that way only if he got there in time. Where is she, Sitha? The chamber of sacrifice, human. Where's this chamber of sacrifice? Conan demanded. Sitha bared his fangs in a derisive laugh. With a roar, Conan attacked. The berserker was on him. He jumped up, caught a foot on the edge of the overturned table, and leaped down on the Sitara's side. The spear point slashed his thigh while he was in midair, but his slashing sword, driven by the fury of a man who meant to kill or die, but to do it now, sliced through the haft. Conan screamed like a hunting beast as he attacked without pause, without thought for his own defense, without allowing time for Sitha to do else but stumble back in panic. His second cut, almost a continuation of the first, severed the Sitara's right arm. Black blood spurted. A shriek ripped through those fangs. The third blow bit into Sitha's thick neck, slicing through. Those red eyes glared at him, life still in them, for a bare moment, as that head toppled from the mailed shoulders. Blood fountained, and the body fell. Panting with reaction, Conan looked about him. There was still the fire, too. Where the arcane powders and liquids had mixed among shattered fragments of stone and crystal, yellow flames leapt up, emitting an acrid cloud. In seconds, the fire had seized on the overturned table, igniting it as though the wood had been soaked in oil from a lamp. Choking and coughing, Conan stumbled from the chamber. Behind him, flames roared. Air stirred already in the body of the tower, drifting upward. Soon that necromantical chamber would be a furnace, and the tower top would flare for the signal. The tollings of the bronze gong rolled forth, if the signal were still needed. Quickly, the Cimmerian found his way from the tower to a room with a window overlooking the keep and the valley beyond. His jaw dropped. On the ramparts, Sitara scurried with their weapons like ants in a stirred hill, and to good reason, for the valley floor swarmed with near 1,000 turbaned hillmen, mounted and armed with lance and talwar. Where Hieronydes and Hordo were, Conan had no idea. Their plan was gone by the wayside, but he might still save Velita if he could find the sacrificial chamber. But where in the huge black keep to begin? Even the dungeon alone would take a day to search room by room. A sudden thought struck him. A chance. A small, bare chance for her. Pantheran strides took him down alabaster halls and marble stairs, past startled Sitara scurrying on appointed tasks and so afraid to stop him. Like a hawk he sped, straight to the plain stone arch and the sloping passage. Beyond that, Aminar had falsely claimed led to his thaumaturgical chambers. Conan ran down that passage leading into the very heart of the mountain, arms and legs pumping, deep-muscled chest working like a bellows. Death rode in his steely blue eyes, and he cared not if it was his death so long as Aminar preceded him into the shadows. The gray walls of the passage, lit by flickering torches, began to be carved with serpents, and then there were tall doors ahead, also carved with serpents in intricate arabesques. Conan flung the two doors wide and strode in. Aminar stood in his black serpent-embroidered robe, chanting before a black marble altar, on which lay Velita, naked and bound. Behind the altar, a mist of lambent fire swirled. Beyond the mist was an infinity of blackness. Conan stalked down the curving row of shadowed columns, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. The dark sorcerer seemed to reach a resting place in his chant, for without looking around, he said, "Bring it here, Sitha! Hurry!" Conan had reached a point a dozen paces from the altar. From there, he examined the evil mage with great care. The man had not his golden staff, but what had he in its place? "I am not Sitha," Conan said. Aminar started convulsively, whirling to stare at Conan, who stood in the shadows of the columns. "Is that you, Cimmerian? How have you come?" "No matter. Your soul will feed the Eater of Souls somewhat early, that is all." Velita peered past Aminar at Conan with dark eyes full of hope and desperation. The fiery mists thickened. "Release the girl," Conan demanded. Aminar laughed. The Cimmerian dug the pendant from his belt, let it dangle from one massive finger by its chain. "I have this, mage." The cold-eyed sorcerer's laugh died. "You have nothing," he snapped, but he touched his lips with his tongue and glanced nervously at the constantly deepening mists. Something stirred in their depths. "Still, it might cause difficulties. Give it to me, and I will—" "It is his soul," a voice boomed, seeming to come from every direction. Among the shadows along the columns on the far side of the chamber, one shadow suddenly split, folded, and thickened. And there before them stood Imhep-Aten. The Stygian sorcerer wore a golden chaplet set with a square-cut emerald and a severe black robe that fell to his ankles. He moved slowly toward Aminar and the altar. "You," Aminar spat. "I should have known when those two Satara died without wounds that it was you." "The pendant, Conan of Cimmeria," the Stygian said intently. "It contains Aminar's soul. To keep it safe from the Eater of Souls. Destroy the pendant, and you destroy Aminar." Conan raised his hand to smash the black stone against a column, and the will was not there to make his arm move so. To no avail, he strained, then let his arm down slowly. Aminar's laugh came shrilly. "Fool! Think you I placed no protection in that which is so important to me? No one who touches or beholds the pendant can damage it in any way." Suddenly he drew himself up to his full height. "Slay him!" he shouted, each syllable a command. Abruptly, Conan became aware of what had coalesced in the mists above and behind the altar. A great golden serpent head reared there, surrounded by long tentacles like the rays of the sun. The auric-scaled body stretched into the blackness beyond the mists, and the ruby eyes that regarded Imhep-Aten were knowing. The Stygian had time for one horrified look, and then the great serpent struck faster than a lightning bolt. Those long golden tentacles seized the screaming man, lifted him high. The tentacles seemed but to hold almost caressingly, but Imhep-Aten's shrieks welded Conan's joints and froze his marrow. The man sounded as if something irrevocably irretrievable were being ripped from him. Eater of Souls, Conan thought, and shuddered. shifted their grip, now encircling and entwining, covering Imheb-Aten from head to feet, tightening. His shrieks continued for a disturbingly long time, long after blood began to ooze between the tentacles like juice squeezed from a ripe fruit, long after there should have been no breath or lungs left to scream with. The bloody bundle was tossed aside, to strike the mosaic floor with a sound like a sack of wet cloth. Conan avoided looking at it. Instead, he concentrated on the pendant hanging from his fist. "Thou commanded me," a voice hissed in Conan's head. And he knew it was the great serpent, god or demon, which mattered little at the moment, speaking to Aminar. "Thou growest above thyself." Conan stared at the hand holding the pendant. The grim god of his Sumerian north country, Crom, lord of the mound, gave a man only life and will. What he did with them or failed to do was up to him alone. Life and will. "Thy servant begs thee to forgive him," Aminar said smoothly. But the smoothness slipped as the serpent's mind talk went on. "No, Aminar, thou hast passed thy time. Remove the amulet and prostrate thyself for thy god's feeding." Life and will. "No!" Aminar shouted. He clutched the chest of his black robe. "I wear the amulet still. You cannot touch me, eater of souls." "Thou defieth me." The serpent sheep swayed toward Aminar, tentacles reaching and recoiling. "Will. The soul pendant, eater of souls. Will." "Crom!" Conan shouted, and convulsively he hurled the pendant toward the great serpent. Time seemed to flow like syrup, the pendant to float spinning in air. A long scream burst from Aminar's throat. "No!" The golden serpent head moved lazily, hungrily, the fanged mouth opening, bifurcate tongue flicking out to gather in the pendant, swallowing. Despair drove Aminar's shriek up in pitch. Then another scream came, a hissing scream that sounded in the mind. On the altar, Velita convulsed and went limp. Conan felt his bones turning to mush. A bar of blue fire burst from the chest of the black-robed sorcerer, tearing his robe asunder to connect him with the great golden god-demon. In unison, their screams rose, Aminar's and Morath Amani's, higher, higher, drilling the brain, boring into bone and gristle. Then Aminar was a living statue of blue fire, but screaming still, and the great golden form of Morath Amani was awash with blue flame for all that length stretching into infinity. And that scream, too, continued, a sibilant shriek in the mind, wrenching at the soul. The man's cry ended, and Conan looked up to find that Aminar was gone, leaving but a few greasy ashes and a small pool of molten metal. But Morath Amani still burned, and now the great blue flaming form thrashed in its agony. It thrashed, and the mountains trembled. Cracks opened across the ceiling of the room, and the floor tilted and pitched like a ship in a storm at sea. Fighting to maintain his balance, Conan hurried to the black marble altar, beneath the very burning form of the god-demon in its death throes. Velita was unconscious. Swiftly, the Sumerian cut her loose, and throwing her naked form across his shoulder, he ran. The ceiling of the sacrificial chamber thundered down as he ran clear, and dirt filled the air of the passage. The mountain shook still, ever more and more violently, twisting, yawing. Conan ran. In the keep above, he found madness. Columns fell and dark towers toppled. Long gaps were opened in the great outer wall, and in the midst of it all, the Satara killed anything that moved, including each other. The massive Sumerian ran for the gate, his shimmering blade working its murderous havoc among those Satara which dared face him. Behind him, Aminar's tower, flame roaring from its top as from a furnace, cracked down one side and fell into 1,000 shards of obsidian stone. The ground shook like a mad thing as Conan fought to the gate. The portcullis stood open, and as Conan started through, the lissom dancing girl still suspended across his broad shoulder, the barbican door burst open. Hieronymus hurried out tulwar in hand and dark face bloodied, followed by half a dozen men in Zamoran armor. I held the gate for a time, he shouted above the din of earthquake and slaughter, but then it was all we could do to keep from being shaken into jelly. At least the accursed lizards became too busy feeling each other to pay us any mind. What madness has taken them? No time, Conan shouted back. Run, before the mountain comes down on us. They pounded down the ramp as the barbican and portcullis collapsed in a heap of rubble. The floor of the valley was a charnel house, the ground soaked with blood, and the moans of the dying filling the air. Savagely hacked Satara lay tangled with bleeding hillmen corpses in a hideous carpet, here and there dotted with the body of a bandit. From the mountains around, despite the trembling of the earth, the sounds of battle floated, as those who fled the horror of the keep and the valley fought still. Conan saw Ordo near the bandit campsite, sitting beside Corella's crumpled, red-striped pavilion as if nothing had happened. With Velita still dangling over his shoulder, the Sumerian stopped before the one-eyed brigand. Aronides, having left his men a short distance back, stood to one side. Rock slides rumbled loudly as the earth still shook. But at least Conan thought the death screams of the god-demon had faded from his mind. "Did you find her, Hordo?" he asked as quietly as the noise would allow. They were in the safest spot there, so far as the earthquake was concerned, well away from the danger of the mountain coming down on them. "She's gone," Hordo replied sadly. "Dead? I don't know. Gone. Will you search for her?" Hordo shook his head. "After this shaking, I could search for years and not find her if she was right under my nose. No, and for Turan and a caravan guard's life, unless I can find an agreeable widow who owns a tavern. Come with me, Conan. I've about 2 coppers, but we can sell the girl and live off that for a while." "Not this girl," Conan replied. "I promised to set her free, and I will." "A strange oath," Aronides said. "But then you're a strange man, Sumerian, though I like you for it. Look, you, having decided there's no point to going back to Shadazar to lose my head, I, too, am going to Turan, with Lazaro and such other few of my men as survived. Yildiz dreams of empire. He's hiring mercenaries. What I am trying to say is, join us." "I cannot," Conan laughed, "for I'm neither soldier nor guard, nor tavern keeper. I'm a thief." He studied his surroundings. Half of the black heap was covered beneath a mound ripped from the side of the mountains. The tremors had lessened too, till a man could stand with ease and walk without too much difficulty. "And as I'm a thief," he finished, "I think it's time for me to steal some horses before the hillmen decide to return." The reminder of the hillmen stirred them all to action. Quick farewells were said, and the 3 parted ways. Epilogue. Conan walked his mount back up to the hill to where Velita sat her own horse, watching the caravan make ready to move below on the route to Sultanapur. This was the caravan that had been spoken of, the big caravan that would drive through despite those that had disappeared.
Replication complete.
It stretched out of sight along the winding path that led through the pass. Conan did not believe they would have any trouble at all. "Your passage is booked," he told Velita. She was swathed in white cotton from head to foot. It was a cool way to dress for travel in the hot sun, and they had decided it was best she not advertise her beauty until she got to Sultanapur. "I gave the caravan master a gold piece extra to look after you, and a threat to find him later should anything untoward befall." "I still don't understand how you have the money for my way," she said. "I seem to recall waking just enough to hear you tell a one-eyed man that you had no money." "This," Conan said, pressing a purse into her hands, "I took from Aminar's chamber. 18 gold pieces left after your passage. If I had told the others of it, and I didn't lie, Velita, I just didn't tell them, they'd likely have wanted a share. I'd have had to kill them to keep it for you, and I like them too much for that. You are a strange man, Conan of Samaria, she said softly. She leaned forward to brush her lips delicately against his. Holding her breath, she waited. Conan brought his hand down on her horse's rump with a loud slap. "Fare you well, Velita," he shouted, as her horse galloped toward the caravan. "And I am likely a thrice accursed idiot," he added to himself. He turned his horse down the caravan on the way that would lead him west out of the Kazantkians into Zamora. He now had about enough coppers left for 2 jacks of sour wine when he got back to Abulites. "Conan!" He pulled his horse around at the hail. It seemed to come from a slave coffle. The caravan contained sorts that would have formed their own if not for the fear of those caravans that had disappeared. As he rode closer, he began to laugh. The slaver had arranged his male and female slaves separately to avoid trouble. The women knelt naked in the slight shade of a long strip of cotton linked to the coffle line by neck chains. And kneeling in the center of that line was Corella. As he reined in before her, she leaped to her feet, her lightly sunburned breasts swaying. "Buy me out of here, Conan. Now we can go back and take what we want of Aminar's treasure. The hillmen will have gone by now, and I doubt they'll want anything of his." Conan mentally counted the coppers in his purse again, and thought of an oath extracted not too many days before. Oaths were serious business. "How came you here, Corella? Gordo thought you dead. And he's all right? Good. My tale is a strange one. I awoke in Aminar's keep, feeling as if I had had a monstrous nightmare, to find an earthquake shaking the mountains down, hillmen attacking, and the Satara gone mad. It was almost as if my nightmare had come true." "Not quite," Conan murmured. He was thankful she did not remember. At least she was spared that. "Speak on." "I got a sword," she said, "though not mine. I couldn't find it. I regret losing that greatly, and I hope we find it when we go back. In any case, I fought my way out of the keep, through a break in the wall. Before I could reach the camp, that fool's sword broke. It wasn't good steel, Conan. I stole a horse then, but hillmen chased me south, away from the valley. I was almost to the caravan route before I lost them." She shook her head ruefully. "But that doesn't explain how you ended up here," he said. "Oh, I was paying so much heed to getting away from the hillmen that I forgot to mind where I was going. I rode right into half a dozen of this slaver's guards, and 5 minutes later I was tied across my own horse." She tried to manage a self-deprecating laugh, but it sounded strange and forced. "In that case," Conan said, "any magistrate will free you on proof of identity, proof that you aren't actually a slave." Her voice dropped, and she looked carefully at the women on either side of her to see if they listened. "Be not a fool, Conan. Prove who I am to a magistrate, and he'll send my head to Shadazar to decorate a pike. Now, Derkito, take you, buy me free." To his surprise, she suddenly dropped back to her kneeling position. He looked around and found the reason: the approach of a plump man with thin, waxed mustaches and a gold ring in his left ear, with a ruby the size of his little fingernail. "Good morrow," the fellow said, bowing slightly to Conan. "I see you have chosen one of my prettiest. Kneel up, girl. Shoulders back, I say." Red-faced and darting angry glances at Conan, Corella shifted to the required position. The plump man beamed as if she were a prime pupil. "I know not," Conan said slowly. Corella frowned in his direction, and the slave dealer suddenly ran a thoughtful eye over the Sumerian's worn and ragged clothes. The plump man opened his mouth, then a second glance at the breadth of Conan's shoulders and the length of his sword made the slaver modify his words. "In truth, the girl is quite new, and she'll be cheap. I maintain my reputation by selling nothing without letting the buyer know everything there is to know. Now, I've had this girl but 2 days, and already she has tried to escape twice and nearly had a guard's sword once. Conan was watching Corella from the corner of his eye. At this, she straightened pridefully, almost into the pose the slave dealer had demanded. On the other hand, all that was the first day. Corella's cheeks began to color. A good switching after each, longer and harder each time, and she's been a model since. Her face was bright scarlet. But I thought I should tell you the good and the bad. I appreciate that, Conan said. What disposition do you intend to make of her in Sultanapur? Her green eyes searched his face at that. A Zenana, the slaver said promptly. She's too pretty for the work market, too fine for a bordello, not fine enough for Yildiz. Neither a singer nor a dancer, though she knows dances she denied knowing. So a Zenana to warm some stout merchant's bed, eh? He laughed, but Conan did not join in. Conan, Corella said in a strangled whisper, please. She knows you, the plump slaver said in surprise. You'll want to buy her then? No, Conan said. Corella and the slaver stared at him in consternation. Have you been wasting my time? The slaver demanded. Do you even have the money for this girl? I do, Conan answered hotly. He reflected that a lie to a slaver was not truly a lie. But now there was no way to let Corella know the entire truth of the matter. But I swore an oath not to help this woman, not to raise a hand for her. Oh, Conan, Corella moaned. Conan, no. A strange oath, the slaver said, but I understand such things. Still, with those breasts, she'll fetch a fair price in Sultanapur. Conan, Corella's green eyes pleaded, and her voice was a breathy gasp. Conan, I release you from your oath. Some people, the Sumerian said, don't realize that an oath made before gods is particularly binding. It's even possible the breaking of such an oath is the true reason she finds herself kneeling in your coffin. Possibly, the slaver said vaguely, losing interest now that the chance of a sale was gone. Corella reached out to pluck at Conan's stirrup leather. You can't do this to me, Conan. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Conan backed his horse away from the naked redhead. Fare you well, Corella, he said regretfully. Much do I wish that things could have ended better between us. As he rode on down the caravan, her voice rose behind him. Derkito take you, you Sumerian oaf! Come back and buy me! I release you! Conan, I release you! Derkito blast your eyes, Conan! 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 As her cries and the caravan faded behind him, Conan sighed. Truly, he did not like to see her left in chains. If he had had the money, or if there had not been the oath. Still, he could not entirely suppress a small tinge of satisfaction. Perhaps she would learn that the proper response for a man saving her life was neither to have him pegged out on the ground, nor to abandon him to a sorcerer's dungeon without so much as a glimmer of a protest. And he knew Corella, though no Zenana would hold her for long. Half a year or so, and the Red Hawk would be free to soar again. As for himself, he thought, he was in as fine a position as a man could ask for. 4 coppers in his pouch and the whole wide world in front of him. And there were always the haunted treasures of Larsha. With a laugh, he kicked his horse into a trot for Shadazar.
Light mode.
Wolves beyond the border.